Chapter 212. Raiding Karor. By taking turns attacking Karor, the two Guardian Knights quickly established a strong hold on Karor's aggro. However, compared to when they battled elite monsters, the pressure on the healers had visibly increased. Moreover, both Water Lake and White Feather were clearly unfamiliar with the boss's attack patterns. Their movements were somewhat stiff when dodging attacks. Right now, they could only dodge every other scent at them. Even so, compared to the last time the Assassin's Alliance had raided Karor, the healers were having a slightly easier time keeping these MTs alive. The healer's mana consumption made this obvious. Originally, Cruel Sword still worried that the two Guardian Knights could not manage. However, based on the results before him, it was clearly an unnecessary thought. The healers managed themselves with perfect order right now, unlike the several raids before where they had to cast their heals desperately, without caring about any proper order. The four healers couldn't even catch their breaths unless they wanted the previous two MTs to die instantly. In reality, such failures were very common. In God's domain, level 10 players had a large threshold to overcome. The levels before level 10 were merely an adaptation period. Once players reach level 10, they would no longer receive any preferential treatment. Hence, entering a level 10, 20-man hard mode team dungeon at level 10 was the equivalent of entering a level 5, 20-man hell mode team dungeon at level 5. How could it possibly be easy? In addition, bosses would have much higher intelligence. It would take a certain degree of skill to hold the aggro of a boss, and prevent it from attacking the ranged classes and healers. MTs especially needed to know how to pin down and restrain the boss monsters, as just having aggro did not mean that the boss would only hit the MT. After all, even with aggro, boss monsters would still find an opportune moment to massacre the healers, the weakest players on the team. When this occurred, MTs had the task of restraining the boss, preventing it from attacking the healers. Hence, the requirements for an MT's techniques were very high. If the previous MTs were currently tanking the boss, they would fare much better than Water Lake and White Feather regarding techniques. They had simply made a mistake during the allocation of their free attribute points. However, there was no way to reset one's attribute points in God's domain, so these two players could only be replaced. Moreover, for a long time, these two players would have to allocate all the free attribute points they obtained from leveling up into both strength and agility. Otherwise, they would cripple their characters. Everyone, start attacking now. Berserkers and swordsmen, assist the MTs in blocking some attacks. Focus your attacks on the boss's weapons or arms, and aim your attacks where they can interrupt the boss's attack. As for ranged classes, focus on dealing as much damage as you can, Sherfone commanded. Immediately, a group of players charged forward to give Karor a beating, while the ranged players launched their bombardment at Karor. -124, -137, -108, -189, -175. One damage after another appeared above Karor's head. However, the damage was not particularly high. Among these, the highest damage dealt belonged to the Berserker, Cruel Sword. His normal attacks could deal around -266 damage with each hit, while a violent strike could deal up to -448 damage. Right behind Cruel Sword was Stabbing Heart. As Stabbing Heart was an assassin, his normal attacks could only deal around -120 damage with each hit. However, his attack rate was much faster than Cruel Sword's. Meanwhile, a 5-star Eviscerate decimated 587 HP from Karor. Ranking in third was the team's cute and lovable little sister, the Elementalist Mu Qing. She was the captain of the Assassin's Alliance's Elementalist team, and her techniques were first-rate. She was also one of the famous female elementalists in Star Moon Kingdom. She could rank within the top 100 elementalists within Star Moon Kingdom. Every one of her attacks could deal around -300 to -400 damage, but due to her spells requiring a long time to cast, her overall damage was slightly less than the two aforementioned players. Originally, Cruel Sword had intended to say to Sherfone, "Look, isn't our team's damage output powerful? Why don't you join our guild? The position of first vice leader will be yours if you do." However, when Cruel Sword saw Sherfone charging at Karor, subsequently slashing his sword at Karor, Cruel Sword was immediately dumbfounded. His words shrunk back into a secluded location in his mind. Shifeng's 2 casual slashes dealt damages of -395 and -376 to Karur. Immediately after, Shifeng followed up with a level 10 chop. The skill achieved a critical hit, instantly causing -2,137 damage to Karur. He then continued by using Thundering Flash, dealing damages of -643, -832, and -1,102 to Karur, as well as inflicting a damage amplification effect. Shifeng then abruptly jumped up into the air. As he descended, he smashed the abyssal blade covered in the power of thunder, and fired down onto Karur's head. Suddenly, Karur let out a soul-piercing scream of pain. Thunder Flame Explosion instantly caused -3,312 damage, and everyone on the team, aside from Shifeng, became slack-jawed when they witnessed this scene. If Water Lake had not reacted quickly by using Mach, followed by Righteous Punishment, Shifeng might have snagged most, if not all, of Karur's aggro. Stabbing Heart, just where did you find a swordsman expert as amazing as him? Mu Qing's exquisite lips parted as she gaped and involuntarily questioned Stabbing Heart. As Mu Qing had not started out in Red Leaf Town, she was not particularly knowledgeable about Shifeng. Since the launch of God's Domain, she had always focused on leveling up and raiding dungeons. Even after she entered White River City, she had not met many players who could surpass her. Hence, Mu Qing naturally considered herself as a top-tier expert. However, Shifeng had utterly shattered that belief. The highest damage she could deal was only around -700 points, and that was when she achieved a critical hit. Meanwhile, Shifeng could casually deal over -700 damage with a single hit. Right now, he had even dealt over -3,000 damage to a high chieftain-ranked boss. Mu Qing felt extremely embarrassed to think that she actually thought of herself as a top-tier expert. What a joke. Hehe, isn't this Big Brother amazing? Shortly after I started playing God's Domain, I discovered Brother Yi Feng's prowess. With such a massive damage output, the first clear of this hard mode dungeon will definitely be ours this time. Stabbing Heart gleefully said. After all, he was the one who had invited Shifeng to this raid. Now that Shifeng performed so valiantly, shocking everyone on the team, Stabbing Heart felt extremely proud. Scram. You're not Yifeng. What's there to be proud of? If you have the ability, then show me that you can deal over 1,000 damage. Mu Qing glared at Stabbing Heart. Little sister Mu Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I compare to Brother Yifeng? He is the publicly acknowledged God-ranked expert of White River City. His damage alone can trump over a dozen players. I would be satisfied if I had even a third of his damage. Stabbing Heart smiled bitterly. Shifeng was a great expert just like Gentle Snow. He and Shifeng were on entirely different levels, so how could he compare to Shifeng? Previously, the players who still had some complaints about Shifeng now had none. Shifeng was simply too amazing. Not only were his attacks incredibly powerful, but the timing and techniques he applied to interrupt the boss's rhythm continuously were also praiseworthy. Every time one of Shifeng's swords attacked Karur, his other sword would simultaneously strike at Karur's saber, shifting the boss's attack slightly. This situation allowed the two MTs to dodge Karur's attacks with far more ease, greatly reducing the burden on the healers. At this moment, everyone finally understood what a true swordsman was. Aside from having fierce attacks, Shifeng could also nimbly assist the MT. With such a swordsman on the team, raiding the dungeon became much easier than before. By making a rough estimate, their chances of victory had risen by at least twofold. At this moment, Cruel Sword suddenly sent a private message to Mu Qing. Mu Qing, you're one of the great beauties in our guild. You can see how amazing Yifeng is. It would be a shame not to recruit him into our guild. It wouldn't be too good for a brute like me to invite him directly. Can you use your charms to persuade him to join us? If you manage to pull Yifeng into our guild, I can guarantee that your current treatment will increase by threefold, and you will also be promoted to an elder of the guild. Cruel Sword also tried to think of a few other methods to recruit Shifeng into the Assassin's Alliance. However, he immediately discovered that the Assassin's Alliance did not have any great benefits to Shifeng. With Shifeng's techniques, even first-rate guilds would willingly wage a bloody battle with each other to recruit him. As for the price tag the Assassin's Alliance could offer, any first-rate guilds could easily double or triple the amount. Hence, the only option Cruel Sword had remaining was to play the relationship card. Looking at Shifeng's age, he should only be in his early 20s. He was at the age where he should be both vigorous and passionate. Meanwhile, a great beauty like Mu Qing was perfect for this situation. Although Cruel Sword hated resorting to such methods, the competition in God's domain was just too intense. There were plenty of guilds using similar tactics. If he continued being conservative, he might regret it in the future. "Guild leader, are you for real?" Mu Qing excitedly asked. "Of course," Cruel Sword earnestly replied. "Guild leader, leave it to me. With this young lady's charm, I will definitely recruit Yifeng into our guild." Mu Qing laughed coquettishly, her large eyes shifting toward Shifeng. Cruel Sword had similarly notified Stabbing Heart of his plan. However, Stabbing Heart simply shook his head and smiled bitterly after he heard it. Stabbing Heart really wished to say, if even a saint like Gentle Snow and a demoness like Zhao Yueru failed to capture Yifeng's heart, I'm afraid Mu Qing will not have any chances at all. Although Mu Qing was indeed a beauty as pretty as a flower, when Stabbing Heart gazed at Mu Qing's flat chest and recalled Gentle Snow's and Zhao Yueru's outstanding lethal weapons, they were on entirely different levels. However, Stabbing Heart did not try to ruin Mu Qing's beautiful fantasy. At this moment, Kuror's HP had decreased to 50%. Suddenly, Kuror let out an angry bellow. "Everyone, get away from the boss!" Shifeng knew that Kuror was about to use Bladestorm. With Shifeng's reminder, the elites of the Assassin's Alliance quickly distanced themselves more than 20 yards from Kuror. Shortly after, Kuror started spinning, transforming into a tornado that engulfed everything around it. Even after Kuror's Bladestorm ended, nobody from the team had died. At worst, there were some players who had their HP damaged to a critical point. However, they were healed back to full HP by the healers very quickly. Following which, the team proceeded to decrease Kuror's HP to 40%. Kuror then started using his Avatar Slash. Although Kuror only used Avatar Slash once every 20 seconds, there were bound to be some players who were extremely unlucky, chosen as targets for 7 or 8 consecutive times. For these unlucky players, surviving would be difficult regardless of how they held on. As one team member after another fell, Kuror's HP also decreased to 10%. Kuror went berserk. His speed and attack power soared by 30%, and he now had a critical hit effect. White Feather, unfortunately, received a critical hit. Even with Protection Blessing activated, he instantly lost over 1,400 HP. Moreover, when White Feather received this hit, he only had around 60% of his total HP remaining. Hence he instantly died. White Feather's death greatly increased the pressure on Water Lake. To make things worse, there were only 12 players left alive in the team, while Kuror still had 4% of his HP remaining, almost 20,000 HP. Helpless, Shifeng could only choose to use one of his trump cards, the Flame Burst. During the short 2-second cast time, Kuror had used Avatar Slash once more, instant killing 3 more players. One of the 3 players killed was even a healer. This was truly a desperate situation. Meanwhile, Kuror still had 3% of his HP, which meant that he had around 13,000 HP remaining. At this moment, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand started glowing a dazzling white. The white glow surrounding the abyssal blade shone like a miniature sun. Its presence alone raised the surrounding temperature by several folds. Shifeng activated Wind Blade and arrived behind Kuror. Lightly jumping up, Shifeng brandished the abyssal blade at Kuror's back, instantly forming 6 sword images. The 6 sword images resembling the sun instantly devoured Kuror, causing frightening damages of -2,153, -2,203, -2,178, -4,356, -2,206, -4,422 to appear above Kuror's head. Under this tremendous might, Kuror's 4-meter-tall body shot like a cannonball towards a steel wall. Boom. An indentation in the shape of Kuror immediately formed on the steel wall. Meanwhile, Kuror was thoroughly charred black, as void of life as a stone. Chapter 213, Dark Warlock Salu. Kuror is down. We won. What was that skill? How could it be so frightening? The surviving members looked at the charred Kuror, all involuntarily gulping a mouthful of saliva. The scene Shifeng displayed before was simply unheard of. It was as if the thing he brandished was not a sword but a miniature sun. Even when standing at a distance of over 30 yards, they could feel the scorching temperature through the pain and burning of their skin. Meanwhile, the damage Shifeng had dealt was even more shocking. Of his 6 last strikes, not one had dealt lower than -2,000 damage to the high chieftain-ranked boss. Among them, there were even 2 that achieved a critical hit, causing over -4,000 damage. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful skill. Stabbing Heart jaw also hung open. Although he knew that Shifeng was amazing, he never imagined that he would be this amazing. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Originally, he had prepared for another failure. He never thought that Shifeng would have a move like this hidden. Shifeng had sent a level 12 High Chieftain boss flying, and instantly caused more than -10,000 damage. This was definitely the highest damage Cruel Sword had seen so far. At this moment, Cruel Sword's gaze grew even more fervent when he looked at Shifeng. He couldn't help but wish that he could drag Shifeng into the Assassin's Alliance right this instant. Mu Qing reacted quickly. This moment was her best chance to get closer to Shifeng. Hence, Mu Qing immediately walked up to Shifeng's side, acting excited as she pulled on Shifeng's arm. Big brother Yifeng, this move of yours is just too amazing. Just what sort of skill is it? This is my first time seeing such a skill. Mu Qing eyed Shifeng as she spoke in a soft and supple tone, her slender eyelashes constantly fluttering. Admiration filled her gaze, and her expression was fragile, invoking any man's protective instincts. Flame Burst. It's a universal special skill that any class can use. Shifeng could clearly feel a sense of warmth and softness on the arm she clung to. However, he did not put much thought into it. He deemed that Mu Qing had only done such a thing due to her excitement. Hence, he casually gave her the answer. A special skill, is it? How unfortunate. Originally, I thought of inviting brother Yifeng to help me grind for one. Mu Qing's excitement withered when she heard Shifeng's words. One could only come across something like a special skill serendipitously. It was not something that one could obtain through effort. Indeed, how could such a powerful skill be so easily obtained? Let's take a look at the drops then, Shifeng said with a laugh, looking at Mu Qing's disappointed expression. Reminded by Shifeng, everyone finally recalled the fact that Kuror, who had just died, was a high chieftain-ranked boss. The loot he dropped would doubtlessly be bountiful. They had forgotten this fact due to their shock at Shifeng's strength. Following which, the surviving healers started reviving their fallen allies. Only when everyone was revived did Cruel Sword begin to collect the loot. Kuror had dropped a total of 5 pieces of equipment, and all of them were mysterious iron rank. Compared to the boss of a 10-man dungeon, Kuror had dropped an extra 2 to 3 pieces of equipment. Among the 5 pieces of equipment, there was a level 10 Great Shield, a level 10 longbow for rangers, a level 10 breastplate for berserkers, a level 10 staff for healers, and the last piece was a level 10 breastplate for swordsmen. The breastplates for berserkers and swordsmen in particular were pieces of set equipment. As for money, everyone in the team received 32 coppers. In general, it was a great harvest. As Shifeng previously had an agreement with the Assassin's Alliance, the Wind Extinguisher breastplate was given to him directly. Wind Extinguisher breastplate, chest piece, plate armor, mysterious iron rank. Level 10. Defense plus 83. Strength plus 7. Agility plus 10. Endurance plus 6. Restricted to swordsmen. Part of Wind Extinguisher set equipment, 1/6. 2-piece effect. Increase damage by 10%. 4-piece effect. Increase attack speed and movement speed by 15%. 6-piece effect. Ignore levels plus 3. When attacking, 15% chance to increase attack power by 50 points for 20 seconds. Regarding attributes or set effects, the Wind Extinguisher set equipment definitely possessed a qualitative increase compared to the Silvermoon set equipment. Shifeng's best available option was to gather this whole set now and upgrade his equipment. However, it would not be an easy task. After receiving the Wind Extinguisher breastplate, Shifeng was in no hurry to swap it out with his current breastplate. After all, once he made the change, he would lose one of the set effects of the Silvermoon set equipment. He only intended to make the change after he collected 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. After distributing the equipment, everyone advanced towards the next boss. Now that Water Lake possessed a level 10 mysterious iron-ranked shield, his defense and HP had both increased significantly. As a result, they easily dealt with the monsters they met on their journey. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at a fighting arena. In the middle of the arena, Morlock, a Beastman assassin, stood there. He was also the second boss of the Beastman munition factory. Morlock, High Chieftain rank. Level 12. HP 400, 000/400, 000. Although Morlock's HP was lower than Kuror's, Morlock was in reality much harder to deal with than Kuror. Unlike Kuror, Morlock was an assassin. During battle, Morlock would unpredictably disappear and reappear at another location. He would also frequently attack players while ignoring aggro, choosing to attack players on the run line rather than those on the front line. More importantly, Morlock had 3 skills that rendered players speechless. The first skill he possessed was Armor Break. Every one of Morlock's attacks would inflict a stackable armor break effect. To any plate armor classes, this could be a fatal skill, as once the armor break effect reached 10 stacks, their defense would essentially reduce to 0. Even if it were an MT that possessed over 2000 HP, Morlock could still kill them with just 2 to 3 hits. Before the healers could replenish the MT's lost HP, the MT would have already succumbed to Morlock's stunning attack speed, dying helplessly. The only fortunate aspect for players was that the armor break effect only had a short duration of 30 seconds. Players raiding Morlock only needed to swap out their MTs when the effect stacked up to 5 times. Morlock's second skill was Killing Feast. When activated, Morlock would attack all enemies within an 8-yard radius a total of 16 times. Throughout the duration of this skill, Morlock would enter a state of invulnerability. Moreover, Morlock would carry out these 16 attacks very quickly. He would finish all 16 attacks in just 2 seconds. If, when Morlock activated this skill, there were only the 2 MTs within range, these 2 MTs would die with a 100% guarantee. Thus, players needed to share the burden of this attack. This would also place an extreme pressure onto the healers. Morlock's third skill was called Vanish. When activated, Morlock would randomly ambush a player. If the ambush player were a cloth armor class, then, without question, that player would die. Only players that belonged to a plate armor class would have any hopes of surviving Morlock's ambush. At this moment, everyone in the team looked toward Shifeng, intending to obtain his opinion on how to deal with this second High Chieftain boss. Contrary to their expectations, Shifeng did not tell them any strategies to raid the boss. Instead, he instructed 1 healer and 2 MTs to test the waters. Otherwise, he might have to explain how he obtained his strategy. After making a few tests, Shifeng started explaining his strategy for the initial stages of the boss fight. In reality, the plan was very simple. All plate armor classes would become tanks during the early stages of the raid, taking turns tanking Morlock. After all, Morlock's damage was not particularly high. It would only become powerful after the armor break effect stacked so many times. So, as long as one belonged to a plate armor class, they could withstand Morlock's damage. Naturally, it was the same when dealing with Morlock's Killing Feast. In short, players only needed to surround and beat up this boss. After 8 minutes passed, Morlock, the second boss of the Beastman munition factory, fell. The main reason for Morlock's fall was because Shifeng was simply too strong. Shifeng had practically tanked Morlock by himself. Shifeng was extremely nimble when dodging Morlock's attacks, and Morlock could very rarely land an attack on him. This, in turn, resulted in a decrease to Shifeng's damage output. With a stable tanker like Shifeng, the healers enjoyed a rather easy time throughout this raid. They could spread their attention towards other members of the team, allowing everyone to have an easier time dealing with the boss. Problems only arose when Morlock used Vanish and appeared behind a cloth armor class. These unfortunate players could only curse their own bad luck as they accepted their deaths. Chapter 214 Dungeon Cleared. After Morlock died, he dropped a total of 4 pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Everyone received a share of 34 copper coins and a large amount of EXP. Meanwhile, Shifeng obtained a pair of wind extinguisher leg guards, increasing his collection of the wind extinguisher set equipment to 2 pieces. Everyone on the team looked at each other with a smile after they had killed Morlock, a high chieftain-ranked boss, with such ease. They all felt blissful from the fact that Shifeng had joined their team. Right now, no one on the team felt the same panic they had when they first entered the dungeon. They could joke around with each other, and had even become pals with Shifeng. Occasionally, they would even ask Shifeng to teach them a few battle techniques. While Shifeng gave out casual pointers, the team members' admiration for Shifeng gradually grew. Under Shifeng's casual guidance, many players in the team exhibited noticeable improvement. Soon after, everyone arrived at the final throne room. Here they met the final boss, the Dark Warlock Salu. Dark Warlock Salu High Chieftain rank. Level 12. HP 500,000/500,000. Elsewhere, while Shifeng and the others had arrived before the final boss, Dark Star's Lone Tyrant still tangled with the first boss of the Beastman munition factory, Karur. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant and his team had already experienced 3 team wipes. Moreover, Karur's avatar slash had caused all 3. They had not improved one little bit since their first battle. Lone Tyrant grew hysterical at this situation. He did not know why a 20-man dungeon would have such a huge increase in difficulty compared to a 10-man dungeon. After pondering for a long time, Lone Tyrant discovered the reason for their failures. This boss needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. However, our overall damage simply isn't enough to finish him. Unless the team's equipment is further upgraded, the possibility of clearing this dungeon doesn't exist. Do we really have to go and upgrade our equipment before trying again? Lone Tyrant wore a hesitant expression as he glared at Karur. Due to his previous boasting, he was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, Lone Tyrant suddenly came to a realization. If the damage of his own team were insufficient to deal with Karur, then the Assassin's Alliance, who had poorer quality equipment, would have even less of a chance of killing Karur. At this moment, the team from the Assassin's Alliance must certainly be stuck at the first boss as well. When Lone Tyrant thought about this, his mood immediately lifted. He decided to reflect on their raiding strategy, giving the boss another try. Meanwhile, in the magnificent throne room of the Beastman munition factory, the Assassin's Alliance had already investigated the Dark Warlock Salu's skills. Aside from Dark Arrow being Salu's most basic attack, Salu was immune to all controlling effects. Salu also possessed 2 killing moves. One of them was a skill called Shadow Wound. When cast, the boss would fire 12 dark arrows. Each dark arrow would cause -800 damage and inflict a fear effect that lasted 6 seconds. The other was a skill called Summon Flame Giant. The Flame Giant was a level 12 special elite with 50,000 HP. Each Flame Giant that Salu summoned possessed self-immolation effect that dealt -300 flame damage to all targets within a 10-yard range every second. The Flame Giant was also the largest hurdle to overcome when raiding the Dark Warlock Salu, as the self-immolation was an AoE death. If any players other than MTs received -300 flame damage every second, they would last 4 to 5 seconds at most. Meanwhile, Salu would summon an additional Flame Giant every 1 to 2 minutes. Factoring in the fear effect from Shadow Wound, many players in the team would die under the combination of these 2 skills. Even if this combination did not immediately kill them, with 3 Flame Giants running about, they would similarly end in destruction. 3 Flame Giants would mean -900 total damage per second. Even Shifeng could not last 3 seconds under this damage, much less the other players in the team. However, if they focused their attacks on the flame giants summoned instead, they would waste precious time. As a result, Salu would fully recover his HP due to his battle recovery. A battle of attrition like this would only end with the healers exhausting their mana, and a team wipe. Meanwhile, after sending a group of half a dozen players to test the waters, everyone learned Dark Warlock Salu's true strength. As a result, their hearts sunk, and their confidence wavered. Ignoring the fact that each of Salu's dark arrows could cause -800 damage to their MTs and -1000 damage to everyone else, the flame giants alone were extremely difficult to deal with. After all, none of the melee players could go near a flame giant, and even if only the MTs tanked it, the healers still wouldn't be able to cope with the high damage. Not to mention, there was also Salu's AoE skill, Shadow Wound, that would suddenly cause -800 damage. The flame giant itself could cause over -300 damage to the MT with its attacks. Coupling that with the flame giant's self-immolation effect, its prowess could rival that of a boss. If they suddenly received an attack from Salu's Shadow Wound in addition to the flame giant's attacks, even their MTs might instantly die. Moreover, if they did not kill the first flame giant within 1 to 2 minutes of its summoning, Salu would summon the second flame giant. Under the simultaneous attacks of 2 flame giants, their MTs wouldn't have a chance. With their current equipment and levels, it was impossible for them to face Dark Warlock Salu head-on in battle. Thinking up to this point, everyone's moods grew somber. Isn't this only hard mode? Why is the difficulty so high? What would happen if this were hell mode? Stabbing Heart was similarly bitter after seeing Dark Warlock Salu's capabilities. The guild leader of the Assassins' Alliance, Cruel Sword, wrinkled his brows, falling into deep thought. Salu's rating difficulty was clearly much higher than the previous 2 bosses. As expected of a final boss, it won't be easy to clear this hurdle. At the very least, Cruel Sword did not have any good methods to raid Salu. While everyone was discouraged. Why don't we give it a try first? It's not like we're completely helpless right now, Shifeng suddenly said in the team chat. Shifeng's words were like a ray of hope. Brother Yifeng, can we really raid this boss? Mu Qing blinked her mesmerizing eyes, her delicate body sticking close to Shifeng as she asked. It should be possible. We can only find out if we try it, right? Shifeng merely shrugged as he spoke, his calm appearance giving Mu Qing a slight surprise. Following which, Shifeng gave a brief overview of his raiding plan. Shifeng's plan was simple. He alone would kite the summoned flame giants, while the other members of the team would focus their attacks on the boss. In this situation, 3 of the 4 healers on the team would be responsible for healing the MTs, while the last healer would be responsible for keeping Shifeng alive. However, this plan was very risky. Its success relied heavily on Shifeng's ability to kite the flame giants. As the throne room did not provide a wide area for movement, Shifeng needed to be mindful of his positioning. Any mistakes could lead to a team wipe. However, nobody rejected Shifeng's proposal. They did not even have the slightest opinion about Shifeng's plan. They had long since been convinced of Shifeng's strength. Since Shifeng shared his plan, he must be very confident about it. Thus, they believed that Shifeng could really pull it off. Water Lake, you'll activate Darkness Aura. White Feather, you'll activate Crusader Aura. Let's start the raid then, Shifeng said. A Guardian Knight's Darkness Aura could provide an additional 5 points dark resistance to allies, decreasing the darkness damage they received. Meanwhile, the Crusader Aura could increase allies' movement speed by 10%, letting everyone have an easier time evading the flame giants. With these 2 auras, the team would have a much easier time raiding the boss. Water Lake was the first to dash at Salu. While Salu was still in the process of casting a spell, Water Lake smashed Shield of Vengeance into Salu's face, causing -181 damage. Water Lake then followed up with Righteous Punishment, dealing -201 damage. However, neither of these attacks had interrupted or delayed Salu's chanting, and shortly after, a streak of dark light skewered Water Lake through the chest, causing -800 damage to him. A moment later, 3 healing lights landed on Water Lake's body, recovering over 700 HP of his HP. After Water Lake solidified his grasp on Salu's aggro, Shifeng instructed the other players to initiate their attacks. After a moment, Salu pointed his staff towards the sky. A large, azure-green fireball descended from the sky, crashing into the throne room. Immediately, Shifeng tossed out the blazing meteor at the azure-green flame giant, causing -621 damage, and instantly becoming its main target. Seeing the flame giant charging at him, Shifeng spun around and fled, luring the flame giant away from the rest of the team. He then started circling around the hall with the flame giant right behind him. As Salu's HP continued decreasing, the flame giants he summoned also grew stronger. Unfortunately, Shifeng lured away all of the flame giants Salu summoned, spoiling his fun. After more than 10 minutes, Salu released a resentful bellow. His body fell to the throne as he passed away. Chapter 215 Basic Fire Resistance Potion. From beginning to end, Shifeng had lured a total of 9 flame giants, kiting them around the throne room. Due to his actions, the flame giants had not been able to showcase their prowess even once in this entire battle. As a result, the Dark Warlock Salu became very easy to deal with, breathing his last under everyone's heavy bombardment. Even an amazing boss could not compete against a reincarnated player. Their only fate was to be a plaything, unto death. Seeing Salu fall, everyone jumped in celebration. The Beastman Munition Factory belonged to the category of expedition dungeons. Unlike the Dark Moon Graveyard, which was a survival dungeon, players only needed to kill the final boss in an expedition dungeon to clear it. There was no need to leave the dungeon for the clear to be official. At this moment, the White River City Region System announcement had already appeared. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. As it was not the first clear of Hell mode, the main god system would not be so generous as to reward them with reputation points. Normally, players would only receive EXP for obtaining the first clear of hard mode. Also, the race for team dungeons was categorized into 2 types: hard mode and hell mode. Normal mode was not taken into consideration as no time challenge existed. Normally, the main god system would implement a clear time for team dungeons. The clear time set by the system depended on the type of team dungeon and its difficulty. Meanwhile, the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory's clear time was set at 3 hours. The main god system would usually set the clear time at a very high bar. Only if players had achieved the standard of an elite team, determined by the main god system, would they have a chance to clear the dungeon in this set amount of time. Meanwhile, under Shifeng's command, the Assassin's Alliance had only spent 2 hours and 22 minutes to clear the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory, surpassing the estimated time. This proved that the team's strength was already above the standards of a normal elite team. However, everyone on the team knew full well that this achievement was all due to Shifeng's contributions. After a round of mad celebration, everyone finally welcomed the most exciting moment. They began examining the item drops of the Dark Warlock Salu, the final boss monster of the Beastman Munition Factory. Compared to the previous 2 bosses, the loot from Salu was far more bountiful. Salu had dropped a total of 7 items. Among them, 5 were level 10 mysterious iron-ranked helmets, each being a part of a set equipment for different classes. With great luck, Salu even dropped a basic fire resistance potion recipe. As for the final item, it was a secret silver staff meant for elementalists. Elemental Scepter, Staff Secret Silver Rank. Level 10. Intelligence plus 15, Strength plus 4, Agility plus 4, Endurance plus 10. Increases elemental damage by 5%. Increases casting speed by 10%. Durability 80/80ths. With just a glance, One could immediately tell that this was a top-tier staff meant for elementalists. When the mages in the team looked at the details of this staff, drool nearly leaked from their mouths. Although these mages had quite a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment on their persons, their weapons and equipment were all below level 10. They were clearly much weaker compared to level 10 weapons and equipment, not to mention a secret silver-ranked staff. Cruel Sword immediately handed the elemental staff to Mu Qing. However, nobody in the team expressed any dissatisfaction about Cruel Sword's decision because Mu Qing's strength was indeed very powerful. Moreover, her damage was ranked number 1 amongst all the mages present. Following which, Cruel Sword handed the Wind Extinguisher helmet, Wind Extinguisher arm guard, and basic fire resistance potion recipe to Shifeng. Similarly, nobody in the team had any gripes about this decision. If it weren't for Shifeng, they would not have cleared this dungeon in the first place. With this, Shifeng now had 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. Although he did not possess all 6 pieces, they were sufficient for him to replace the bronze-ranked Silver Moon set equipment. Brother Yifeng, you've helped us out so much, yet you're only taking so few items. I am truly embarrassed about this, so please let me pay you another 100,000 credits as compensation. Otherwise, if the other guilds discover this matter, they will definitely make mock us for being insincere. Cruel Sword said with a laugh as he looked at Shifeng. Putting aside the advertising benefits brought about from obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory, just the equipment they obtained was already of considerable value. It was especially true for the secret silver-ranked elemental scepter. The value of this staff alone could compare to half a dozen pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment. Hence, spending an additional 100,000 credits to compensate Shifeng was a minor matter. To put it another way, the Assassin's Alliance had made a huge profit from this deal. After all, the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon held extraordinary significance, as up until this moment, any guild had yet to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon. Obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory had undeniably allowed the Assassin's Alliance to break free from their awkward position in White River City. They no longer had to suffer the suppression from Dark Star. Of course, by giving Shifeng 100,000 credits, Cruel Sword also had the intention of deepening the relationship between Shifeng and the Assassin's Alliance. Cruel Sword still wished to recruit Shifeng into the guild. Shifeng could easily see through Cruel Sword's intentions. However, he merely smiled in reply, receiving all that Cruel Sword offered without hesitation. Cruel Sword had no idea that Shifeng did not really care about this equipment. Even if it were the Wind Extinguisher set equipment, it was simply a temporary set of equipment for Shifeng. Meanwhile, amongst these items, the one Shifeng paid the most attention to was the basic fire resistance potion recipe. Basic fire resistance potion, after consumption, increases fire resistance by 15 points for 1 hour. Currently, this item had no market value. However, when the various large guilds started raiding the level 25 Flame Nest, the value of this basic fire resistance potion recipe would soar beyond one's imagination. Its worth would not be less than a piece of fine gold equipment. Players were not allowed to use the Flaming Sun scripture when in a dungeon. Meanwhile, equipment that increased a player's fire resistance was extremely rare. The quickest way to increase one's fire resistance was through the use of a basic fire resistance potion. If players did not possess this potion, raiding the Flame Nest would only be possible in their dreams. If Shifeng started looking for a potion maker to craft the basic fire resistance potion now, he would carve out an additional path to wealth for the future. Even 10 pieces of secret silver equipment could not rival what he could earn with these potions. Brother Yifeng, are you free tomorrow? At this moment, Mu Qing walked over to Shifeng after receiving a silent hint from Cruel Sword. Sweetly, she said, "My party is planning to raid the old ruins, a high-level 10-man team dungeon, tomorrow. However, one of the original party members had applied for leave due to some personal matters. I'd really love it if you would join me. Will you?" After a team dungeon was cleared, it would have a cooldown period of 3 days. Hence, They needed to wait for 3 days before they could enter the Beastman munition factory again. Standing to the side, Cruel Sword inwardly clapped his hands at Mu Qing's performance. Relationships needed care and gentle nurturing. Although he could tell that Shifeng had no particular interest in Mu Qing, with increased interactions, who was to say would happen in the future? I still have something that I need to do tomorrow. Let's find some other time to go dungeon diving. Shifeng could naturally tell what Mu Qing was trying to do. However, he simply waved his hand and tactfully rejected her. Although the old ruins was a high-level team dungeon, there was nothing there that could rouse his interests. He would only waste time by going there. Now that he had changed into the 4 pieces of wind extinguisher set equipment, his attributes had greatly increased once again. He should be able to attempt the continuation of the epic quest, Darkness Descends, now. Mu Qing's innocent eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She did not think that her charm, which had only brought her success so far, would fail against Shifeng. Was she really lacking in charm, or were Shifeng's defenses just too high? Chapter 216, Surpassing Imagination. Beastman Munition Factory. Boss, we've already team-wiped 4 times now and have lost 20% of our experience. If we are to continue to die, at this rate, we might not even be a high enough level to enter the dungeon's entrance. Why don't we give up? Alright then. Everyone get some rest. Afterwards, we'll head to a 10-man dungeon to upgrade our equipment. Lone Tyrant currently wore a gloomy expression on his face. They had tried all sorts of methods to raid the High Chieftain-ranked boss, Karur, yet ultimately, they still failed due to a lack of damage. Before, he had even made a solemn vow to kill Karur. Now that he thought about it, he felt that his decision had been slightly rash. Fortunately, the players from the Assassin's Alliance had absolutely no chances of clearing the dungeon. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated. Just as the members of Dark Star were resting. Suddenly, 2 system notifications relating to the Assassin's Alliance rang out beside everyone's ears. In the beginning, the members of Dark Star thought that they had heard wrong. Hence, they quickly called up the announcement interface. The extraordinarily large and clear words proved them wrong. The Assassin's Alliance had indeed obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. Immediately, the atmosphere surrounding the members of Dark Star sunk. Why was there such a large difference between their 2 teams? Weren't they supposed to be stronger than the Assassin's Alliance? How could the Assassin's Alliance have already obtained the first clear, while they were still stuck at the first boss? Lone Tyrant felt like he had just been given 2 tight slaps to his face when he looked at these notifications. His cheeks felt as if they were on fire. He felt even worse when he recalled Shifeng's words from before. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard-mode beast munition factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to? At this moment, those words were like sharp swords, continuously slashing at Lone Tyrant's pride. Lone Tyrant truly never imagined that such a situation would occur. However, Lone Tyrant was no fool. He did not believe the Assassin's Alliance had relied on only themselves to clear the dungeon. The only possible way they could do so was with Shifeng's help. Just where did this mysterious person come from? In reality, Dark Star wasn't the only one to have been shocked by this piece of news. When the announcement spread throughout the entire White River City region, it had grabbed the attention of many other guilds. The Assassin's Alliance's position in White River City was self-evident from the fact that their development speed had surpassed even that of a first-rate guild. However, Dark Star's fame had recently suppressed Assassin's Alliance, adding to the fact that they had not produced any significant results from the team dungeons. Their status in White River City had become slightly awkward. Now that they had obtained the first clear of the Beastman munition factory, their fame instantly soared. This allowed the Assassin's Alliance to regain their rightful reputation. From now on, their development speed would definitely be faster than before. White River City's Adventurers Association. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. The Assassin's Alliance has obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. Ling Feilong suddenly rushed into Shadow's guild hall. announcing the news with a face filled with excitement. In God's domain, as long as guilds registered themselves at the Adventurers Association, they would be provided a free lounge for their own personal use in the various large cities. Guilds could carry out meetings and rest in this room, and they could also receive quests from the Adventurers Association. Why are you shouting? Who doesn't know of this matter? Zhou Yuhu, who was resting in the corner of the room, rolled his eyes at Ling Failong. Of course I know of this. However, there is another hidden truth to this matter. Ling Failong shot a glance at Zhou Yuhu, before shifting his gaze towards the person sitting in the guild leader's seat, Zhang Luowei. A hidden truth. Speak. Ling Failong's words caused Zhang Luowei, who had previously been indifferent towards this matter, to grow interested. Ling Failong's previous report about his efforts to recruit Yifeng had nearly caused Zhang Luowei to lash out in anger. Shifeng had actually demanded to become the guild leader of Shadow. Did Yifeng even place him in his eyes? Moreover, he had asked for 60% of the guild's shares. What did he take them for? Did he really think they were fools? Meanwhile, the most shocking thing was that Ling Failong had actually suggested that Zhang Luowei accept Shifeng's conditions. Hence, Zhang Luowei now looked down on Ling Failong, resulting in Ling Failong receiving cold treatment within the guild. Brother Zhang, look at the Assassin's Alliance's first clear name list. Yifeng is among the names. Ling Failong called out his system interface, pointing at the Assassin's Alliance's first clear name list as he spoke excitedly. So, Zhou Yuhu laughed disdainfully. If they really allowed Yifeng to join Shadow, he would no longer need to remain in the guild. The Assassin's Alliance is a through-and-through second-rate guild. They were clearly on an expedition to clear the Beastman munition factory. Yet, why would they suddenly let an outsider join their team? Previously, for a long time, the Assassin's Alliance could not even obtain a single first clear of a level 10 team dungeon. However, they are now the first ones to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Why is that? This matter definitely has something to do with Yifeng. Yifeng's relationship with the Assassin's Alliance is anything but shallow. Originally, the Assassin's Alliance was only a normal second-rate guild. However, after entering White River City, their development speed suddenly soared like crazy. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. Again, why? Yifeng was the first person to enter White River City, and the White River City guidebook is also selling like hotcakes now. There is a very high likelihood that Yifeng sold the guidebook to the Assassin's Alliance in advance, allowing them to make ample preparations beforehand. Hence, after they entered White River City, they developed with flying speeds. Right now, Yifeng has even helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain a first clear. Regarding fame or background, the Assassin's Alliance now stands at the very top of White River City. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. This is a clear proof of Yifeng's capabilities. If Yifeng joins Shadow within a month, we can stand our own ground in White River City. Ling Failong had made a thorough investigation of Yifeng, and the more information he uncovered about Yifeng, the more frightened he became. Yifeng's accomplishments far surpassed his imagination. This was also the reason Ling Failong became even more determined to hug a golden leg like Shifeng. At that time, what would Zhang Luowei amount to? What would Lan Hailong amount to? Don't even think about it. In the future, if you ever dare to mention Yifeng's name to me again, or tell Lan Hailong about this matter, you better be prepared for the consequences. Zhang Luowei's countenance suddenly turned livid. With a tone filled with killing intent, he said, Yifeng is just a clown, jumping about on the stage. The Assassin's Alliance is an apex second-rate guild with an immense background. Their guild leader, Cruel Sword, is even a long-established expert. He has personally nurtured the Assassin's Alliance to its current status, so it is not unusual for him to produce such results. To begin with, what sort of impact could that Yifeng even have? In my opinion, that Yifeng would, at best, take on the role of a bystander. Being reprimanded by Zhang Luowei in such a way, Ling Failong immediately revealed a fearful expression. Hurriedly nodding his head, he said, Yes, I understand, Brother Zhang. I definitely won't mention this again in the future. Inwardly, however, Ling Feilong smiled brightly. He was even more assured of Yi Feng's might now. After all, if Zhang Luowei did not feel greatly threatened by Yi Feng, why would he be so angry at the mention this expert? In fact, Ling Feilong had long since told Lan Hailong about this matter, and Lan Hailong had instructed him to contact Shifeng secretly once more. Once he attained certain achievements in God's domain, would he still be afraid of not being able to earn money? With wealth, would he still need to be afraid that Zhao Ruoxi wouldn't welcome his embrace of her own volition? Her family might very well obediently hand her over to him. Just as everyone discussed the Assassin's Alliance's first clear, Shifeng had already swapped out his old equipment for the 4 pieces of the wind extinguisher set equipment, and had arrived at the library of White River City. Compared to the dilapidated house used as a library in Red Leaf Town, the library at White River City was a true library. Not only did it possess a majestic atmosphere, but its appearance was also splendid and magnificent. It was like a Babylonian shrine, and it was situated right in the heart of the city. The people going through the entrance of the library were mostly nobles of White River City and mage-class NPCs. There were even some who possessed Tier 2 classes. Hence, the library was not a place where the common folk could simply visit. Meanwhile, Charlin, the Tier 3 divine official whom Shifeng searched for, currently recuperated within this wealth of knowledge. Chapter 217, Thoughtful Rain. At the entrance of White River City's majestic library. Aside from a large number of NPCs entering and leaving the premises, there were also plenty of players surrounding the library's entrance. However, no matter how hard they tried, they still could not enter the library. Hence, a majority of these players were currently trying to befriend some of the NPCs here, increasing their intimacy in the hopes of these NPCs taking them along into the library. There were even some attractive female players that tried to seduce the NPC nobles. Meanwhile, the players that attempted these actions were mostly mages such as elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners. As for why these players tried to get into the library, it was mainly because of the amazing skills they could learn within the library. Aside from obtaining these skills from monsters and dungeons, the library also possessed some of the more common, high-level mage skills. As for healers, they would have to visit the Light Temple to learn their respective skills. Meanwhile, all melee classes could learn new skills from their respective class instructors in the Apocalypse Temple. These players had read about the library in the White River City guidebook by Shifeng. Hence, they had all come here to obtain new skills. After all, compared to upgrading their weapons and equipment, it was much easier to upgrade their arsenal of skills. As long as players could learn some of these high-level skills, their overall prowess would massively improve. However, learning a skill was very expensive. Players also needed to do a series of quests and waste precious time to obtain a skill. Hence, Shifeng never thought of obtaining his skills through such means. After all, the skills he had learned so far were not any weaker than those high-level class-specific skills. So he naturally would not waste time trying to obtain them. Seeing Shifeng walking towards the library's entrance, the spectating players by the sidelines revealed sneers on their faces. Look, another new guy is trying to enter. How many players has that been already? Let's watch the guard kick him out. Most of these players had suffered a loss at the hands of the gatekeeper. As none of them possessed an entry pass, the guards had chased them all away. There were also some players who tried to cause a scene after being refused entry. However, these players were either jailed or sent flying away with a kick. Just as Shifeng was about to walk towards the tightly shut large steel doors, a female elementalist pulled on Shifeng, stopping him. The guards here will kick out any player without an entry pass. It is best if you do not try to approach them, the female player warned Shifeng. Shifeng already knew this. However, since the other party had approached him with kind intentions, Shifeng turned his head and looked at the female player that had stopped him. Immediately, Shifeng discovered that the female player who stopped him was very beautiful. Amongst all the female elementalists he knew, only the flame witch, Zhao Yueru, might trump this girl's beauty. Moreover, the equipment on this girl fully comprised of mysterious iron equipment. Although her weapons and equipment were all below level 10, they were still extremely valuable. As the girl before him was an independent player, it was much more difficult for her to obtain such equipment compared to a member of a guild. However, for some unknown reason, Shifeng felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at this female player. Yet he could not recall when he had met her before. He then used observing eyes and took a look at this girl's name. Thoughtful Rain. Shifeng had no recollection of this ID, and he was very sure that there was no female expert in his previous life with such a name. Since she was not a female expert, why did he feel a sense of familiarity with her? Shifeng shook his head. There was no point thinking about it if he couldn't remember. It might just be a misconception due to his reincarnation. Thanks, Shifeng said. Thoughtful Rain faintly smiled. She thought that, since Shifeng had shown his appreciation, he must have a kind personality, unlike others who would reply to goodwill with malice. Hence, she pointed towards the group of players a short distance away that was currently surrounding a few NPC nobles, softly saying, "And your attitude isn't so bad after all. If you wish to enter the library, it is best if you obtain an entry pass first. You can also try to befriend one of those NPC nobles. They possess some entry passes." Miss Rain, are you trying to enter the library as well? Shifeng asked. But those NPC nobles are simply too vile. So, I was just about to leave in search of an entry pass somewhere else. Thoughtful Rain nodded her head. However, when she recalled those fat and oily NPC nobles, an expression of disgust appeared on her face. Since that is the case, why don't you enter the library with me? Shifeng asked. He had no ulterior motives in inviting her along. He was simply trying to repay Thoughtful Rain's kind reminder. Enter. Thoughtful Rain asked in confusion. Do you have an entry pass? No. Shifeng shook his head. He then smiled as he explained. However, I have other methods. It shouldn't be possible, right? The guards here will only allow those with an entry pass or those related to the library to enter. Thoughtful Rain revealed an unconvinced expression as if saying, "You're tricking me." Shifeng merely smiled at her reaction, not bothering to explain. He then walked towards the large metal doors. Before Thoughtful Rain could stop Shifeng, the guard on duty had already noticed him. The spectating players in the distance all started snickering at the thought of the misfortunate about to befall on Shifeng. This noob is trying too hard to impress the beauty he just met. I want to watch the guard put him in his place. With his figure, I'm guessing that the guard will send him flying over 10 yards. If he continues making a ruckus, the guard might even capture him and hang him by the library's entrance for display. That isn't right. The guard kicked that last berserker over 10 yards. I bet that he will fly 15 yards away. Just as everyone wore mocking smiles, the guard moved forward and blocked Shifeng's path. Halt! The powerful and mighty guard at the entrance suddenly blocked Shifeng with his spear. He then coldly said, "You will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library." "I'm a demon hunter. Will that do?" Shifeng swapped out his Might of 1,000 title for the Demon Hunter title, asking, "So, it is Lord Demon Hunter. Please pardon my rudeness." The gatekeeper immediately retracted his spear, showing Shifeng extreme respect. This situation immediately stunned the spectating players standing at a side. Their mouths gaped as the scene left them speechless. Even after they tried countless methods to obtain an entry pass from the NPC nobles, they still failed. Yet, the noob before them had actually made the gatekeeper kneel before him in respect just by uttering a single sentence. Could this be the rumored secret signal? Or was it the entry password? Shifeng nodded towards the guard. He then pointed at Thoughtful Rain saying, "She is a friend of mine. However, she does not possess an entry pass. I wonder if she can enter with me? I can be her guarantor." Of course. Since she is a friend of the Lord Demon Hunter, she is naturally allowed to enter. The guard took a look at Thoughtful Rain, immediately noticing that she was an exquisite beauty. He then returned his gaze to Shifeng, an understanding look on his face as he hurriedly said, "In addition, here is a library member's emblem. This will allow Lord Demon Hunter's friend to enter the library freely in the future. Saying so, the guard respectfully passed the library member's emblem to Shifeng. Shifeng was slightly stunned. God's domain had only undergone one evolution as of this moment. He never thought that these NPC guards would be so intelligent already. Though he felt slightly shocked, he had no hesitation when accepting the library member's emblem from the guard. An entry pass could only provide a single entry into the library for players. However, one could not complete the process of learning a new skill with a single trip. Meanwhile, there was no limit to the number of uses for the library member's emblem. Players could enter the library without any restrictions if they possessed this emblem. Originally, obtaining the library member's emblem for a friend was a special right reserved for nobles in White River City. Shifeng did not think that even a demon hunter would have such rights. Miss Rain, please hold on to this library member's emblem properly. In the future, you simply need to wear it on your person, and none of these guards will bar you from the library, Shifeng said, handing the emblem to Thoughtful Rain, who was currently still in a daze. Following which, the two of them entered the library under everyone's stunned gazes. Some of the players were immediately dumbfounded. A few female players also revealed their envy as they watched Thoughtful Rain. At this moment, the players who had previously mocked Shifeng ran up to the library's entrance. Halt! The gatekeeper blocked all the players, coldly saying, "You will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library." "I'm a demon hunter. Will that do?" These players repeated Shifeng's words, inwardly praising themselves for their clever minds. "How brave! You actually dare to impersonate the Lord Demon Hunter." When the guard swept a glance over these players, he failed to discover any of them in possession of the Demon Hunter title. Immediately, the guard flared with anger. In the end, all these smart people ended up in tragedy. Chapter 218, Starstreak Trading Firm. After Shifeng and Thoughtful Rain entered the library. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flashed with a hint of shock when she saw the spectacular scene inside the library. The interior of the library was like something from a fantasy world. Countless documents and materials were displayed all around the library, and a massive, transparent crystal globe occupied the center. This crystal globe was like a supercomputer. One could search for any information available pertaining to the Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, numerous open-air meditation rooms made of magic crystals decorated the surroundings of the crystal globe. Inside these meditation rooms, players could either research new spells or practice using their current spells. Normally, only Tier 3 and above mage classes would research new spells. The players at this stage of the game had yet to possess a deep understanding of magic, so researching new spells was out of the question for them. Moreover, the spells that players currently used were only entry-level spells. However, along with the increase in their levels, the spells they used would also grow more complex. If they did not possess a specific degree of understanding of magic, they could stop dreaming of casting any high-tier spells. As a result, many mages in God's domain had given up on their adventuring career, switching to a lifestyle class instead. In fact, magic wasn't the only thing that had stringent requirements for players. It was the same for battle techniques. The more powerful a battle technique was, the higher its requirement would be of a player's control over their body. As a result, this requirement had created a gap in strength between the players of God's domain. It was one of the reasons that some players could advance to a Tier 5 class, while some failed even to reach Tier 3. Although it would be of some help if players increased their levels and attributes, such factors would make little difference the further players advanced in God's domain. This was also the reason why God-tier powerhouses were so rare. Thus, Shifeng continuously trained his body day in and day out, in addition to spending a large number of credits to purchase nutrient fluids to improve his body's physique. It was all meant to improve his brain's potential and performance. Only by developing his brain's potential could he master his body in the game and obtain extraordinary battle prowess. He could then advance to a Tier 5 class and take the challenge to advance to the Tier 6 godhood, reaching the pinnacle of God's domain. Let's part ways here. I still need to look for someone. If you want to learn high-level skills, the Tier 2 instructor over there can help you. Shifeng pointed towards a mage in white robes standing by the large crystal globe. Thank you. Thoughtful Rain appeared slightly embarrassed as she expressed her gratitude. Originally, she had intended to help Shifeng. Never would she have imagined that she would be the one who received help instead. She then said, "Seeing as you are so familiar with this place, are you perhaps a professional player?" "I guess you can put it that way," Shifeng nodded. "Let's add each other as friends then. I don't normally play games, so I usually buy my game equipment from others. In the future, if I am looking to purchase equipment or do a quest, I can also look to you for some help." Thoughtful Rain beamed a smile as she sent Shifeng a friend request. "That's fine, but if you need help with a quest, it would be best if you contact me about it in advance." Shifeng accepted the friend request. He did not think that, by coming here to do a quest, he would actually meet a potential female customer. When his workshop started its operations in the future, aside from raiding dungeons to obtain equipment, they would also need to look for tycoons and various corporations for sponsorship. However, it was extremely difficult for an upstart workshop to obtain sponsorship from a large corporation. Newly established workshops usually depended on rich players who were willing to spend large sums of money. Only after becoming a large guild would a workshop attract the sponsorship of large corporations. Although Shifeng's workshop had yet to start its operation officially, there was already one customer waiting at the front door. His luck was relatively good. After Shifeng left, Thoughtful Rain inspected Shifeng's ID. Oh, he is Yifeng, White River City's #1 expert. As Shifeng had kept his ID hidden, it was only revealed after Shifeng accepted her friend request. Although Thoughtful Rain was not a gaming expert, having a poor understanding of the gaming world, Shifeng's fame had long since shaken the White River City region. He had also received many titles such as White River City's #1 independent player, God-ranked expert, and so on. Furthermore, Shifeng had also personally penned the luxury version of the White River City guidebook she had bought. So, how could she not know who Shifeng was? No wonder why I thought he looked familiar. It turns out that he is Yifeng. This looks interesting. Thoughtful Rain's bright red lips slightly lifted upwards as she lost herself in her own thoughts. On the library's uppermost floor, Starmoon Hall. Several level 180 Tier 1 knights stood guard outside of Starmoon Hall. These knights wore rigid expressions. Under normal circumstances, even normal nobles were not allowed into the Starmoon Hall. However, these knights did not stop Shifeng this time. On the contrary, they immediately parted the crystal doors for Shifeng upon his arrival. "I've been bitterly waiting for you for so long. Why have you only decided to come now?" Charlene asked, smiling sweetly from her seat next to a shiny stone table. The woman currently wore a set of pure white, magical robes. The delicate and luxurious robes radiated a faint silvery glow, making Charlene appear as though she were a flawless noble saint. She crossed one thigh over the other, revealing fair, supple skin. It was almost as if Charlene was trying to toy with Shifeng. At this moment, Charlene was no longer a level 20 Tier 3 divine official, but a level 180 Tier 3 divine official. Aside from the few Tier 4 tyrants, Charlene could very well be considered the most powerful person in White River City. "Why are you standing there daydreaming? Come over here and sit. We have plenty of time to have a lengthy chat." Charlene smiled faintly as she pointed towards the empty seat beside her. Shifeng instinctively shuddered when he faced a gold digger like Charlene. He felt as if he were being stared at by a nine-tailed fox, his wallet no longer safe. However, to obtain the clue for the epic quest, Shifeng had no choice but to advance, taking a seat beside Charlene. Shifeng took out 10 gold coins, placing them on the table. He then asked in a soft tone, "Esteemed Lady Charlene, I've brought the 10 gold coins you requested. I wonder if you can tell me the location of the Bible of Darkness now?" Charlene made a slight waving motion, and the gold coins on the stone table immediately flew to her lily-white hand. Giggling, she played with the shiny coins in her hand. "I didn't think that your money-making speed would be so fast. This big sister has truly underestimated you." After storing the gold coins, Charlene unhurriedly said, However, I now have a new piece of information. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? Moreover, this information is extremely accurate. It will definitely help you in locating the Bible of Darkness. Shifeng's lips involuntarily twitched at Charlin's words. She was going to ask for more money. Say it. How much do you want? Shifeng truly felt regretful now. Due to the successful sales of hard stones, Shifeng now had over 70 gold coins on his person. If he had known something like this would happen, he would have stored all his money in the bank before coming to the library. However, there was also another possibility. Only when players possessed a certain amount of money could they trigger the revelation of new information. If so, without a doubt, Shifeng had reached this goal. Not much. An additional 40 gold coins would be enough. Of course, you can choose not to listen to this new information. I'm not trying to belittle you, but with your current strength, it is impossible for you to locate the Bible of Darkness by relying on the old clue. Are you sure you don't want to know this new clue? Charlin blinked her eyes at Shifeng, her body radiating a holy aura. Those affected by this aura would find it hard to refuse Charlin's request. A total of 50 gold coins. At this moment, Shifeng wanted to shout, "Why don't you just rob me and be done with it?" However, Shifeng endured it. As long as he could obtain the reward for the epic quest, spending 50 gold coins was nothing in comparison. Here is 40 gold coins. Shifeng ground his teeth as he placed another 40 gold coins on the stone table, forming a small, gold mountain. Charlin's eyes shone as she saw the small mountain of gold. After snagging the gold coins, she unhurriedly took out a letter and handed it to Shifeng. She then said, "This is a contract for White River City's Starstreak trading firm. As long as you bring this contract to President Henry, he will tell you how to reach the Dark Denver." Chapter 219 Background. Starstreak Trading Firm? Shifeng was slightly confused by Charlin's words. After all, this was the second phase of an epic quest. Yet, Charlin did not send him on a dangerous mission, but simply to find a person instead? The difficulty of this task was simply inconceivable. Could money really make the devil turn millstones for you? Can spending money reduce the difficulty of a quest? Shifeng wondered. Giving the situation some thought, it wasn't exactly impossible. Right now, a first-rate guild's daily liquid funds only amounted to 6 to 7 gold coins at best. Even if Fantasy Extinguisher had the full support of the first-rate guild, the Fantasy Shrine, it would have been impossible for him to gather 50 gold coins. Even if the Fantasy Shrine possessed 50 gold coins, they would not simply allow Fantasy Extinguisher to spend it. After all, a large guild could make major improvements to itself with 50 gold coins. If Shifeng had not received a daily income of over 100 gold coins from selling the hard stones, he would not pay 50 gold coins, even if it killed him. According to the main god system's principle of equal value exchange, there was a very high possibility that he could reduce the difficulty of the epic quest by paying 50 gold coins. In any case, Shifeng did not lack money right now. After all, he had a daily income of over 100 gold. His earnings could rival the total sum of all the famous guilds' liquid funds in White River City. It was not an exaggeration to say that his personal wealth could rival an entire city's. If he could reduce the difficulty of an epic quest by paying some money, he would definitely do so. If he had known about this earlier, he would have waited a few more days before coming to meet Charlin. If he gathered 500 or 600 gold coins, he might be able to go to the Dark Den immediately to complete the quest. He would save plenty of time and trouble. Thank you, Lady Charlin. Shifeng respectfully received the contract. I have faith in you. Don't make me wait too long. As more time passes, the strength of the great demon will also increase. At that time, even I might not be able to challenge it. As for you, you'll just have to live the remainder of your life as a walking corpse, Charlin warned. System. Second phase of the epic quest Darkness Descends. Gospel Project. Accepted. Quest content. Go to Starstreak Trading Firm and look for President Henry for more information about the Dark Den rewards unknown. Although Shifeng did not know the exact contents of the quest, he felt that it should not be as easy as he had previously imagined. After all, he was only meeting Henry to learn more information, and not heading directly to the Dark Denver. Starstreak Trading Firm was very famous throughout White River City. The range of operation of the Starstreak Trading Firm was not limited to White River City alone. It also operated in the 7 cities surrounding White River City. It was a massive trading firm. With such a wide reach, the amount of information they possessed would be immense as well. It was no wonder Charlene sent him to meet President Henry. Soon after, Shifeng bade farewell to Charlene. If he remained here, the remaining 20 gold coins in his pockets might very well end up in Charlene's pockets instead. After leaving the library, Shifeng hailed a horse carriage and hurried over to Starstreak Trading Firm. As the horse carriage galloped through the wide streets, Shifeng could see players who had just arrived at White River City all around. Through the passing of time, the atmosphere in White River City had grown livelier. There was a high possibility that in just another few days, the streets of White River City would be packed with people. 10 minutes or so later, the horse carriage halted in front of the storefront of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm's store appeared luxurious. The building had a total of 6 floors. This store was definitely one of the tallest buildings in White River City, making it extremely eye-catching. Moreover, it was situated in a very good location, right in the heart of the trade area. The Bank of White River City was also just next door, while the auction house was only a short distance away. There were only 8 shops in total situated within this golden district. Among them, 3 shops occupied the largest areas. Each occupied 2 to 3 times more land than the other shops. Naturally, Starstreak Trading Firm was one of these shops. Moreover, Starstreak Trading Firm similarly occupied such a golden district in the other 7 cities. It was obvious just how powerful the background of Starstreak Trading Firm was. During the initial stages of God's Domain, countless first-rate guilds had tried to form connections with the Starstreak Trading Firm to conduct business. Unfortunately, these guilds failed to meet even the shadow of President Henry. Yet, right now, Shifeng could get in touch with President Henry through his quest. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that an epic quest was truly awe-inspiring. Although the price of failure was similarly horrifying, as long as he could complete it, the benefits he could obtain were unimaginable. The best example for this was the Demon Hunter title and Demon Mask Shifeng had received from completing the first phase of the Darkness Descends quest. These 2 items had been of great help to him. I wonder what sort of rewards I could obtain from completing this phase of the quest. Shifeng inwardly felt anticipation. As of this moment, Shifeng had finally realized why the Fantasy Shrine would hold nothing back in helping Fantasy Extinguisher complete his epic quest. After all, the profits they could reap from this quest was just astonishing. If a mere independent player like him could receive such profits, what could a guild accomplish? Hence, this was the reason the Fantasy Shrine had risen to the top of Black Dragon Empire during the early periods of the game in the past, suppressing all the other first-rate guilds. Unfortunately, Fantasy Shrine was doomed to normality in this life. Unless Fantasy Extinguisher managed to find another epic quest, Fantasy Shrine would not have any chances of achieving prominence. However, such a discovery was extremely unlikely. In the past, Shifeng had only accepted 1 epic quest throughout the decade he had spent in God's Domain. Moreover, he had only received it by chance when he was around level 150. One could imagine just how rare an epic quest was. At this moment, Shifeng suddenly received a system announcement. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. This system announcement undeniably caused a sensation among the players in White River City. Right now, the independent players who had arrived in White River City all had impressive techniques. Meanwhile, A large majority of them were unwilling to join a small guild. They all wished to join a large, top-tier guild. However, these independent players would not determine a guild's strength solely through the fame of the guild. After all, every time a guild started out in a new virtual reality game, they had to start from the very bottom. Moreover, there would always be some nameless guild suddenly rising in the ranks, becoming the tyrant of this new virtual reality game. Similarly, there was also plenty of well-known guilds that had vanished without a trace. Hence, players would usually determine a guild's strength through their dungeon raiding capabilities. This situation also caused the system announcements to be extraordinarily important to guilds, as this was the basis of reference for independent players. In fact, the players who had previously intended to join the Assassins' Alliance had all changed their minds to join Ouroboros instead. After all, not only was Ouroboros a first-rate guild, but they had also obtained the first clear of a Hell Mode dungeon. Regarding wealth, influence, or strength, Ouroboros was far more powerful than the Assassins' Alliance. Even an idiot knew which guild to choose. This was the difference in backgrounds. As expected of Gentle Snow, her speed is astonishing. I've only just recently helped the Assassins' Alliance obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Yet in the blink of an eye, she too has obtained one already. If she had not suddenly stopped playing God's Domain, she might have turned Ouroboros into a super guild in the past. Shifeng inwardly exclaimed. How great would it be if he could recruit Gentle Snow into his own guild? If Shifeng incorporated the Cleric God, Violet Cloud, the Tyrant Bear, Cola, the Skillful Fire Dance, and his own past experiences into his own guild, they would have no trouble becoming a first-rate guild, or even a super guild in the future. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng suddenly felt that he really needed to upgrade his team's strength. After all, a guild couldn't rely on a handful of apex experts for support. They needed a stronger backbone. The best-case scenario for Shifeng right now was to recruit some of the future powerhouses who were still obscure existences right now. However, the guild he established by himself did not possess a deep background or great fame. These experts were no fools. If Shifeng tried to recruit them, they might not even consider the option before rejecting him. Hence, the foremost thing Shifeng needed to do was to establish a guild with a strong background and limitless potential. Only by doing so could he attract those nameless experts. Chapter 220, Tier 4 Magic Scroll. First floor reception hall of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm store was different from normal stores. As it specialized in big businesses across cities, it had its own specialized reception room set up in the building. At the same time, there was also a sales area located on the first floor of the building. The sales area sold various merchandise such as clothing, weapons, equipment, potions, alchemy products, magic scrolls, and much more. This place was just like a supermarket in reality. A trading firm was different from the auction house. As the auction house charged players exorbitant processing fees, the items sold there were far more expensive than the items sold in normal stores. Earning money in God's Domain was no simple task. Hence, rather selling their wares at the auction houses, losing 15% of their profits in the process, a large majority of the players in God's Domain would prefer to spend more time selling their wares at trading companies or stores. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? The beautiful and dignified young lady at the receptionist counter smiled at Shifeng. I wish to meet President Henry. Please tell President Henry that Lady Charlene sent me to speak with him, Shifeng said. Please wait for a moment. I will notify the president immediately. The receptionist immediately took out a multicolored communication crystal, transferring Shifeng's information through the crystal. After several minutes, Mr. Yifeng, the president is waiting for you in the president's office on the 3rd floor. Thank you. Immediately, Shifeng walked towards the spiral staircase in the distance. When he arrived before the president's office on the 3rd floor, he met 2 level 150 guards who stood by the office's door. Average players were absolutely not allowed to enter the president's office. In the past, countless guild executives had queued up in front of this office. They had wished to meet with President Henry to discuss matters of renting out the first floor of Starstreak trading firm's store for business. Unfortunately, they did not manage to catch even the shadow of President Henry. However, when Sherfong walked up to the office, the two ferocious-looking guards immediately parted the sturdy, mahogany doors for him. Inside the luxurious and spacious office, a man in his 50s sat on a sofa in the middle of the room. The man had an elegant and dignified appearance. This person was indeed President Henry of Starstreak Trading Firm, and he was a well-known financial magnate in White River City. "Your Excellency Yi Feng, please sit," President Henry said when his eyes met Sherfang's, his finger pointing to the beast-skin sofa before him. "President Henry, this is the contract that Miss Charlene wanted me to bring to you." Sherfang sat down. He retrieved the contract from his bag, handing it over for Henry's inspection. "No need. Before you arrived, Her Highness Charlene had already notified me of your coming here. I've also learned some information about you from Her Highness Charlene. The young truly are promising," Henry praised. He then said, "Since you are here now, I feel reassured." "Reassured? What are you reassured about?" Sherfong had a bewildered look on his face. Just what was President Henry saying? Also, just what did Charlene tell Henry? "Oh, did Her Highness Charlene not tell Your Excellency about it?" Confused, Henry said, "This contract was set between me and Her Highness Charlene. As long as Her Highness can save the Starstreak trading firm from its current predicament, she will obtain 20% of Starstreak trading firm's shares, and the Tier 4 magic scroll that was obtained from the ancient ruins." "You say 20% of the company's shares and a Tier 4 magic scroll?" Sherfang's expression froze. Charlene was simply ruthless. Charlene had sent him to deal with the predicament, yet she would receive a Tier 4 magic scroll in addition to 20% of the company's shares. "That's right. I've already mentioned this to Her Highness. As long as Your Excellency can save us from this predicament, that Tier 4 magic scroll will belong to Your Excellency," Henry said, nodding his head. "May I know what kind of magic scroll it is?" Sherfong was incredibly curious about the Tier 4 magic scroll. In the past, the most powerful magic scroll Sherfong had seen was only a Tier 4. If he sold the scroll, the minimum price for it would be 500 gold coins. If it were an amazing Tier 4 magic scroll, he could even sell it for over 1,000 gold coins. However, players who obtained a Tier 4 magic scroll were not usually willing to sell it. It is a Tier 4 position teleportation scroll. With it, one can teleport to anywhere they wished within an instant. However, this scroll was made using the technology of an ancient civilization. In our current era, we have no way of replicating such technology. Hence, this scroll is the only one that currently exists in Starmoon Kingdom. "It is priceless," Henry said pridefully. This scroll was his most precious treasure. He had always been reluctant to part with it. If it were not for the trading firm facing a great predicament, he would never willingly offer this Tier 4 magic scroll as a remuneration. Hearing Henry saying so, Sherfong came to a realization. If he had the Tier 4 position teleportation scroll, he could teleport directly to the Dark Denver. He would not even have to waste time searching for its exact location. It was no wonder Charlene was so confident in her information. "President Henry, I wonder what sort of predicament your trading firm wishes me to solve?" Sherfong asked. "To be honest, bandits have snatched one of our shipments carrying precious merchandise, costing the trading firm massively. To make up for the loss, our trading firm had to pay a large sum of money as compensation, which in turn resulted in our trading firm facing its current crisis. So, I hope that Your Excellency can help us resolve this predicament. Otherwise, if this problem drags on for another month, our trading firm will have to declare bankruptcy," Henry unhurriedly explained. "Then, President Henry, are you telling me to get rid of those bandits and retrieve your stolen merchandise? It would be best if that is possible." "Then, which band of bandits stole your merchandise?" "The Black Scorpion Corps of Black Cloud Ridge, led by Black Scorpion himself. He is a level 180 Tier 3 Shadow Warrior. If you can get rid of him and retrieve our merchandise, I would greatly appreciate it." Hearing the words Tier 3 Shadow Warrior, Shifeng nearly fell off of his seat. Was President Henry telling him to deal with a Tier 3 NPC? Only players who did not know how to write the word death would accept this request. Not to mention a month, Shifeng would still fail this task even if he had 2 years to complete it. This had to be a joke. Shifeng had originally thought that the epic quest's difficulty had been reduced. Rather, wasn't this the exact opposite? Noticing Shifeng's troubled expression, Henry once more unhurriedly said, "If your excellency feels that this request is too difficult, there is a second option. It is also for this reason that Her Highness Charlene sent your excellency here." Shifeng slightly recovered from his shock as he heard that there was a second option. In reality, our trading firm also feels that it is impossible to retrieve the merchandise. The only possibility for Starstreak Trading Firm to get through this predicament is for us to collect 30,000 gold coins within a month. Her Highness Charlene has always praised your excellency as a business prodigy. If your excellency manages our Starstreak Trading Firm, I believe that we can achieve that goal. Seeing Henry's anticipating gaze, Shifeng only wanted to curse. Just because he managed to earn a few coins, he was suddenly a business prodigy. What kind of sick joke was this? Earning 30,000 gold in a month. Moreover, he didn't actually have 30 days at all. Considering the time when the Great Demon would appear, Shifeng would, at most, have 20 days to earn 30,000 gold coins. Even if he currently earned 100 gold or so per day, 10 days would only net him 1,000 gold, while 30 days would only net him at 3,000 gold. That was only 1/10 of the required amount. Players were still stuck in the initial stages of God's domain right now, so it was impossible for anyone to make that much money. If one added a week's earnings of every player in the White River City region together, it might equal 30,000 gold. How was he supposed to earn that sort of money? He might as well become a bandit and snatch the money from someone else. No, that's not right. Even if he tried to steal it, there was no way he could get that much money. Before Shifeng could reject the quest, a system notification popped up before him. System: Epic Quest Phase 2 Gospel Project accepted. Quest content: You have become the manager of Starstreak Trading Firm. Earn 30,000 gold coins within a month and resolve Starstreak Trading Firm's predicament. Rewards unknown. Chapter 221. Astonishing Decision. It's not even going to give me a choice? Shifeng laughed bitterly as he looked at the system notification. Shifeng did not even have the right to reject an epic quest. Shifeng was truly confused as to how Fantasy Extinguisher had actually managed to complete this epic quest. In theory, he shouldn't be able to complete the quest even if he sacrificed the entire fantasy shrine. When converted to credits, 30,000 gold coins was the equivalent of 300 million credits. One could even buy a large company with that kind of money. Moreover, compared to the difficulty of earning 300 million credits, in reality, it was much harder to earn 30,000 gold in God's domain. Naturally, it was impossible for Shifeng to earn 300 million credits in reality right now. To speak frankly, if he were capable of such a thing, he would have long since done so. Why bother playing God's domain at all? However, it would still be better for him to develop himself in God's domain, as God's domain had more prospects. Earning credits in God's domain would be much faster than earning credits in reality. Your Excellency Yifeng, from now on, the entire Starstreak Trading Firm will be under your command. We will carry out any orders you give. Also, I would like to introduce you to someone. If your Excellency needs anything, simply let her know, Henry said, clapping his hands once. At this moment, the large doors of the office suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl with golden blonde hair stepped into the office. The girl with blue eyes wore a beautiful purple dress. The edges of her dress brushed against the red carpeted floor. The girl had a fair and pretty face, and her long wavy hair, which reached her buttocks, fluttered in the wind as she moved. Her bangs covered her sea blue left eye, while her uncovered right eye looked just like a shiny, blue gemstone. As she walked closer to Shifeng and President Henry, her thin red lips formed a tranquil, yet attractive smile. Anna, from today onwards, His Excellency Yi Feng will be the acting president of Starstreak Trading Firm, while you will be His Excellency's assistant. You must properly assist His Excellency, understood? Henry asked. Yes, President. I will not disappoint His Excellency Yi Feng. Following which, Henry sent a beaming smile at Feng as he said, Your Excellency Yi Feng, from today onwards, the Starstreak Trading Firm's fate will be in your hands. Anna is very familiar with the Starstreak Trading Firm, and she is also very intelligent and capable. If you have any commands, please don't hesitate to let her carry them out. System. Player has activated the NPC administration system. Please call out the NPC administration interface to manage your subordinated NPCs. Seeing Henry's smile, in addition to Anna's attractive appearance, Feng was slightly stunned. He could almost feel cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Henry obviously worried that Feng would not give it his all in helping them. Thus, Henry had given Feng this benefit. Fine. Leave the matter of Starstreak Trading Firm to me, then. Feng laughed bitterly. He never imagined that he could obtain a beautiful assistant in God's domain. Not even a guild leader would enjoy such treatment. Also, Feng felt relieved at the fact that he was not required to give 30,000 gold to Starstreak Trading Firm. Instead, he only needed to help the trading firm make 30,000 gold. Without a doubt, the difficulty of the quest had greatly reduced. Immediately, Feng called out the system interface, investigating the NPC administration interface. Anna Yifeng's assistant. Gender female. Age 20. Loyalty 50. Charm 86. Physique 60. Wisdom 91. Level 50. HP 10,000. Her wisdom is so high. Feng was shocked when he saw the information displayed. In God's domain, wisdom determined an NPC's potential. Normally, NPCs would not have wisdom exceeding 50 points. If an NPC's wisdom reached 60 points, they would possess extraordinary statuses in God's domain. Meanwhile, those with 70 points in wisdom were usually Tier 2 mages. As for NPCs who had 90 points in wisdom, they were usually characters such as Charlene, a Tier 3 divine official. However, Anna was far more amazing than Charlene. Charlene had a Tier 3 class, so her attributes would have been increased, resulting in her wisdom reaching 90 points. However, Anna did not possess any class right now. If Anna obtained a Tier 3 class, her wisdom would exceed 100 points. Although it was only a difference of 10 points, wisdom increased slower as it reached higher numbers. Similarly, the difference between a single point in wisdom would also become greater. An NPC with 100 points in wisdom was the equivalent to Magistrate Weissman of White River City, an Apex Tier 4 wizard. With such a powerful subordinate, Feng's mood improved greatly. Although 30,000 gold was a huge sum of money, if Feng earned it through the Starstreak Trading Firm, he would still have a thread of hope of succeeding. Since he was already capable of earning 100 gold per day by himself, if he utilized Starstreak Trading Firm's influence, he had a very high possibility of earning the 30,000 gold coins. After all, Starstreak Trading Firm had shops based in 8 cities, and every one of them was in the heart of the trade areas of each respective city. Meanwhile, the total population of these 8 cities exceeded 5 million players. With such a large player base, it would be very easy for Feng to make money. Thinking up to this point, a flash of inspiration struck Feng. All this time, he thought of opening a shop in White River City. Only he did not possess the sufficient reputation or money to do so. After all, not to mention purchasing a shop located within the trade area. Even the cheapest shop in White River City required players to have 500 White River City reputation points in addition to 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Although the price looked high, in reality, it was not as expensive as one would imagine. After all, the hardest part of purchasing a shop was the required 500 reputation points. By the time players obtained 500 White River City reputation points, a lot of time would have passed, and they would have long since collected the necessary coins to purchase a shop. Moreover, the coins at that time would not be as valuable as right now. At that time, One gold coin would at most be worth around 200 credits, unlike the current situation where one silver coin could sell for more than 100 credits. By becoming the acting president of the Starstreak Trading Company, Shifeng had essentially obtained the most valuable shops in 8 different cities. What did this situation hint at? Nobody had a better understanding of this situation than Shifeng. Shortly after, under Anna's lead, Shifeng left the president's office to tour the Starstreak trading firm. In truth, however, even without exploring the place, Shifeng already had a thorough understanding of the Starstreak trading firm. NPCs were different from players in that they could only sell common goods. Even the equipment they sold was common rank, and very rarely would there be a bronze-ranked item for sale. However, it would be a different story altogether if the store were run by a player. On top of everything else, Shifeng was also the officially acknowledged chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. Just as Anna guided Shifeng around the Starstreak trading firm, a few players who came to purchase some necessities such as food, water, scrolls, and potions were immediately dumbstruck when they noticed the duo. That NPC is beautiful. Just who is that player? Isn't he too good at getting the ladies? He has even managed to land an NPC sister. This won't do. I need to convince him to teach me. The scene of Shifeng and Anna walking together immediately attracted the attention of plenty of players. In reality, such attention wasn't just due to Anna's beauty. It was also due to the fact that Shifeng had managed to get together with a female NPC. Such a feat was far more stunning than just getting together with a beautiful female player. Countless male players glowered at Shifeng in envy. Meanwhile, this information spread throughout the forums like a storm, especially the footage of Shifeng and Anna strolling through the sales area. This footage became a sensation among players, and it allowed them to gain a new perspective on God's domain. Fortunately, Shifeng had not used his true appearance at that time. Instead, he wore the identity of Black Flame. This should be enough. Shifeng looked at the surrounding onlookers as he revealed a faint smile. The reason he had asked Anna to come out for a stroll was precisely to attract attention. He then spoke to Anna. I've decided to change the Starstreak trading firm's business model. I wonder if that would be all right? Anna's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She looked at Shifeng with a confused expression as she thought, he has just taken the position as the acting president. Yet he is already taking such a bold and decisive action? Is this person really a business prodigy? However, Shifeng was her boss. Moreover, President Henry had already instructed her to listen to Shifeng. Hence she nodded her head saying, if Your Excellency wishes to change the business models, I wonder what Your Excellency needs me to do. Very simple. I wish to hire adventurers to craft items for me, then sell the items they have crafted. So, I need you to get someone to refurbish the 8 shops we own. The first and second floors of the building will be used to sell our wares, while the 4th to 6th floors will be rebuilt as a workspace. Also, get the news out that we are hiring lifestyle players. Whether they are just normal people or adventurers, as long as they reach our standards, we will offer them 30% more than what others are offering. Listening up to this point, Anna grew shocked. This wasn't just a change in the business models, this was practically a change of occupation. Chapter 222 Trump Card. Immediately after Shifeng gave his command, Anna started making the necessary preparations. Compared to a normal NPC, Anna was simply too smart. In just a short amount of time, she had already finished carrying out Shifeng's request. During the time Shifeng brainstormed on how he was going to utilize the Starstreak trading firm to earn 30,000 gold, the entire Starstreak trading firm had also started its renovation. Following Shifeng's request, the first and second floors were outfitted with sales counters. The first floor sold only the commonly used items, while the second floor would sell exquisite and precious items. Meanwhile, the 4th to 6th floors were refurbished into workshops for lifestyle players. Out of those 3 floors, the 4th floor consisted of solely forging rooms, while the 5th floor consisted of potion-making rooms. The 6th floor consisted of workshops for the remaining classes, and a warehouse meant for the use of both NPCs and players. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm's renovation had attracted the attention of many players. Due to the footage of Shifeng and Anna from before, plenty of players had arrived the trading firm to take a look out of curiosity. Yet, by the time they arrived, they discovered that the Starstreak trading firm was actually undergoing renovations. This situation made all the players grow even more curious. Just what was going on here? Your Excellency Yifeng, the matter you requested has been completed. Does Your Excellency have any other instructions? Anna spoke gently as she walked up to Shifeng, a tranquil smile on her face. Good. How many people did you manage to recruit? Shifeng asked. From the 8 cities, we've recruited 245 potion makers. Among them, 209 are basic potion makers, 29 are intermediate potion makers, and 7 are advanced potion makers. In addition, we also recruited 228 forgers. Among them, 188 are basic forgers, 31 are intermediate forgers, and 9 are advanced forgers. Anna took out a name list and placed it on the table. That's quite a lot. Shifeng was very satisfied as he looked at the number of NPCs on the list. If a first-rate guild's upper management saw such numbers, they would surely be shocked beyond recovery. After all, these were all genuine potion makers and forgers. They were not apprentices. With such a frightening force, one could instantly turn a third-rate guild into a super guild. This was the amazing aspect the Starstreak trading firm. If it were a player-established store, they could not recruit nearly this many high-level NPCs. The best NPCs they could recruit would only be apprentices. On the other hand, the Starstreak trading firm had easily recruited this many potion makers and forgers. These NPCs were far more capable than player apprentices. The only downside was their slightly lower efficiency, slow improvements, and much lower growth potential. Your Excellency, I feel that it isn't very appropriate to offer such a high salary. Since we are hiring so many people, we will also have to provide an equally large number of materials. We will take a huge loss through this transaction. If we continue down such a path, not to mention a month, the Starstreak trading firm will go bankrupt within 10 days, Anna said worriedly. In order to hire all these people, the Starstreak trading firm had offered 30% more than the market price. The trading firm also had to bear the failures of these crafters. This was simply madness. Moreover, whether it was potions or equipment, neither could earn them a lot of money. The sales of these items were similarly average. Only those master-level characters would earn a lot of money from their craft. Right now, they were simply taking a loss by recruiting so many people. Anna truly could not understand why Shifeng would invite all these people to work here. Wouldn't it be better to purchase the finished products from these crafters? That way, their trading firm would not have to suffer any losses. Unfortunately, Anna had no idea just how important these potion makers and forgers were to the current players of God's domain. You don't need to bother with this. The remaining thing we need is to convince the basic potion makers to continuously make the basic recovery potions and basic mana regeneration potions that they are adept at making. As for the intermediate and advanced potion makers, get them to make intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. For the forgers, get all of them to make only whetstones, Shifeng said with a smile. There were plenty of NPC potion makers and forgers in God's domain. Meanwhile, only players with their own shops had the right to hire these NPCs. Otherwise, even when players provided the materials, these NPCs would refuse to make anything for these players. However, there was a downside to getting these NPCs to make items. Simply put, they were slow. The number of items they could craft within a day was fixed. As for the advantage, NPCs had a much higher success rate, so they did not waste as many materials as players did. Meanwhile, during the later stages of God's domain, as player-made items grew in abundance, the usefulness of these NPCs would similarly start to wane. Right now, however, these forgers and potion makers were of great use to Shifeng. It was especially true for the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion. These two items were very useful to players, as they could save their lives during a crucial moment. Although these two items were common products, and their respective recipes were also available for sale at the Potion Making Association, the players at this stage of the game were simply incapable of crafting them. Meanwhile, these two potions were only available for purchase from hidden NPCs, and only a limited amount was sold each day. They were items that a majority of the players in God's domain had no chance of enjoying. If these NPC potion makers crafted these two potions, their success rate would be more than 70%. The materials needed to make an intermediate potion were only around 30 to 40 copper. Yet, each completed bottle could sell for 5 to 6 silver coins. If Shifeng deducted the cost of hiring, he would still make a profit of 4 to 5 silver coins. So, why wouldn't he carry out this transaction? Players needed these items the most right now. If the Starstreak trading firm sold these items, they would make a killing. There were also the whetstones. This was an item that all players lacked. Currently, each stack of hardstones sold for 13 silver coins, while a stack of whetstones sold for 40 silver coins. When comparing the success rate of forging apprentices and an official forger, how could the former even hope to win over the latter? The only problem was materials. As the Starstreak trading firm had previously only purchased finished products from forgers and potion makers, they did not have any materials of their own stored up. Now they needed to provide the materials for these crafters. Although the trading firm could purchase the more common materials at low prices, Shifeng needed to be the one to gather the materials required to make intermediate recovery potions, intermediate mana regeneration potions, and whetstones. However, Shifeng was not afraid of this. The herbs needed to make the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion were not very expensive. After all, these herbs were utterly useless to players right now. The players in God's domain at the moment were still apprentice potion makers. Crafting basic recovery potions was already impressive. Why would they bother wasting materials to make unrewarding potions? As a result, the herbs required to craft intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions were very cheap. As for hardstones, Shifeng wasn't worried. After all, he still had a humongous stock in his warehouse. He had enough for these NPC forgers for a long time. Moreover, he could also continue purchasing them from Aqua Rose. He would not lack hardstones at all. He would also sell these items in 8 different cities. With all of these advantages, it would be challenging not to make a profit. Moreover, Shifeng also revealed one of his trump cards. Advanced whetstones. Advanced whetstones were much stronger than a normal whetstones. Not only did they recover twice the amount of a weapon's durability, but they could also increase the weapon's damage. Shifeng had already intended to sell each for 7 silver coins, and one stack would sell for 1 gold 40 silvers. As long as he placed the advanced whetstones on the second floor, a majority of the players would fight over it, especially the large guilds. Oftentimes, just a 1% difference in damage could decide the victory or defeat of a boss raid. Meanwhile, the advanced whetstone provided a 3% increase to a weapon's damage. So how could the various guilds, who were currently in a rush to raid dungeons, miss out on this item? They would definitely be in a mad rush to purchase them. Previously, Shifeng had kept all the advanced whetstones for his personal use. Later on, he passed some of them to his teammates, leaving him with 800 or so for himself. With this amount, the Starstreak trading firm should be able to last a relatively long time. However, Shifeng's plans were not limited to this. Now that he had such a large market available to him, he should fully utilize it, as he would not have a similar chance like this in the future. Hence, Shifeng thought up this plan. He intended to fully manipulate the Starstreak trading firm to help him set up his own shop in the future. Afterwards, Shifeng left the follow-up work to Anna, while he departed the Starstreak trading firm alone. Chapter 223. Popular Starstreak. Inside a hotel in White River City. Along with God's domain's evolution, players understood the importance of rest. If they grinded monsters without rest, not only would their stamina decrease, but their concentration would also fall. Hence, after a day of battle, players would now rest at the hotel, having a drink and chatting with each other. Players discovered that places like restaurants, hotels, and bars allowed them to recover stamina and concentration more quickly. After relaxing for 2 or 3 hours, they would feel refreshed and filled with energy. Did you hear? The Starstreak trading firm seems to be undergoing renovations. I heard that they are going to release new products for sale. Who doesn't know about this? After I made some inquiries, I found out that the Starstreak trading firm has also recruited tons of potion makers and forgers. The trading firm is even hiring lifestyle players right now. However, no players have dared apply for a position yet, thinking that it wouldn't be a reliable job. I wonder what sort of new items they are going to sell? Aside from the common usage items, what else could an NPC-owned store sell? They can't possibly offer bronze equipment or rare potions, right? That sounds about right. While the players in the hotel conversed, a male player suddenly pushed open the saloon doors, panting. Big news! Starstreak trading firm has finished its renovations and has officially opened for business. The panting ranger exclaimed to his companions loudly. Why are you making a fuss? Aren't they just reopening their business? We don't lack basic potions or common equipment right now, so we don't need to replenish our stock. As the leader of the party, the shield warrior rolled his eyes as he watched this embarrassing companion of his. Others would make fun of them for the ranger's unsightly appearance. Indeed, just like the shield warrior had feared, the other players in the hotel sent belittling glances, mocking smiles on their faces. Leader, listen to me, that ranger excitedly said. I saw whetstones inside the shop. There are also intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. Moreover, the basic potions are cheaper than anywhere else. What did you say? There are whetstones? The shield warrior froze, stunned. The entire hotel fell silent. Let's go. Take us there immediately. We have to buy all of them now. The shield warrior abruptly stood up, casting charge and arriving at the ranger's side. Grabbing the ranger by the arm, he immediately rushed out of the hotel, running towards the Starstreak trading firm. The other players inside the hotel were dumbfounded by this scene. What? Crap, they're going to buy out the whetstones. We need to hurry as well. After entering White River City, players' need for whetstones had not decreased in the slightest. On the contrary, their need had grown. It was especially true when they faced high-level monsters, as the durability of their weapons reduced at a much faster rate. As a result, the popularity of whetstones had exploded. The available supply was far from meeting the demand. By the time everyone had arrived at the Starstreak trading firm, a sea of people had already obliterated the shop's doors. Aside from whetstones, the players present also fought to purchase the intermediate recovery and mana regeneration potions like madmen. Meanwhile, this information had quickly spread to the ears of the various guilds. Guild leader, I've already collected a large sum from all our members, and we've managed to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones. This amount should be enough to last us a long time, Stabbing Heart spoke through the system communicator. Good. The moment the money-making team sends over the latest batch of gold coins, immediately return all the money we borrowed from our members, Cruel Sword excitedly said. Aside from the Assassins' Alliance, other guilds also frantically gathered funds. Snow, just what is happening at that Starstreak trading firm? Why would they suddenly start selling these items? Zhao Yueru wrinkled her crescent brows when she looked at the latest news that she had just received. She then said helplessly, We've already spent a lot of money to purchase our previous stock of hard stones. We don't have any money to purchase any more right now. I've heard that the Starstreak trading firm is also selling limited edition advanced whetstones right now. Rumor has it the advanced whetstones effects are at least double that of normal whetstones. In addition, it also provides a 3% damage buff. Although it is slightly more expensive, costing 7 silver coins per piece, we would have a much easier time raiding the dungeon bosses with them. Gentle Snow shook her head, a helpless expression appearing on her beautiful face as she said, Under normal circumstances, NPCs would never sell these items. However, there is something strange going on. A player has created a connection with the Starstreak trading firm. I'm just wondering who could possibly achieve such a feat also, who would possess enough funding to supply so many whetstones and intermediate potions. This is simply unbelievable. Send someone to investigate this matter immediately. Recently, she had managed to raise 20 gold coins and had purchased hardstones with that money. Yet the Starstreak trading firm now sold whetstones. She had not received any information before this incident, causing her to suffer disaster. Currently, the issue of weapon durability had caused a roadblock in their dungeon raiding progress. Everything would be too late by the time their guild's forgers managed to turn those hard stones into whetstones. Other guilds would have long since surpassed them. They needed to obtain the whetstones right this instant, especially the advanced whetstones. Meanwhile, inside an intermediate forging room in the Forging Association, Shifeng currently crafted advanced whetstones. He did so to increase his forging proficiency and earn money. The present market was not the same as before. With the Starstreak trading firm around, he could now sell the advanced whetstones he made in 8 cities. Although the advanced whetstones were somewhat expensive, players from the 8 cities would still buy them. Even if Shifeng forged advanced whetstones 24 hours a day, he still wouldn't meet the demand of the 8 cities. Currently, gold coins poured into the Starstreak trading firm's accounts with every passing moment. Shifeng did not even dare open the money system notification. Only 1 short hour had passed since Starstreak trading firm reopened, yet already, it had earned over 300 gold coins. However, this was only the beginning. Things would become more exciting later on. Aside from making money, Shifeng's goal in making advanced whetstones was to upgrade himself to an advanced forging apprentice. If he became an advanced forging apprentice, he could learn the advanced book of magic he had obtained from Stonemer Town. Previously, he only had White River City as the sole market for his wares. Now, however, he had 8 markets. He also did not need to foot any of the high processing fees, so he could not waste this chance. Shifeng intended to gain an impressive reputation and prestige among the 8 cities. However, the advanced whetstones alone were not enough to achieve this result. Moreover, advanced whetstones could not increase his reputation, as these things did not carry his personal mark. Only the Starstreak trading firm would gain reputation from these advanced whetstones. Most importantly, after everyone had a taste of the benefits of the advanced whetstones, they would fervently investigate how they could obtain the recipe. After all, the recipe for the advanced whetstone was not unique. Players could obtain them from multiple team dungeons. By the time Shifeng opened his own shop, he would no longer possess the advantage he had right now. Thus he needed to become an advanced forging apprentice and learn the advanced book of magic, creating the one and only mana armor kit. Once he thoroughly spread the Black Flame Forger's reputation with the mana armor kits that only he could create, tons of players would search him out. Chapter 224, Runic Gold. In the quiet and steamy forging room, a deep blue flame burned brilliantly as it refined one hard stone after the next. Originally, forging advanced whetstones had a low success rate. Yet, when Shifeng made them, the process was as smooth as flowing water. Whether regarding production speed or quality, both were equally amazing, and one couldn't help but give praise when witnessing this scene. Although the repetitive task was slightly cumbersome, when Shifeng's thoughts wandered to the fact that each advanced whetstone could sell for 7 silver coins, endless motivation flowed into him. After 3 hours had passed since Shifeng started this laborious work, he had made 180 advanced whetstones. His speed could practically rival the efficiency of 3 or 4 forgers combined. Also, without noticing it, Shifeng had also recovered his previously lost level, returning from level 14 to level 15. His current leveling speed was far more efficient than grinding normal monsters. Having decided to take a short rest, Shifeng examined his current forging proficiency. It was already at 1,253 points right now. He needed 3,000 proficiency points to be promoted from an intermediate forging apprentice to an advanced forging apprentice. As long as he continued to work hard for 2 or 3 more days, he could become an advanced forging apprentice. If other players knew of Shifeng's promotion speed, they might become stupefied. After all, throughout the entire White River City region, aside from Shifeng, there was not a single intermediate forging apprentice to be found. Shifeng's forging promotion speed was monstrously fast. Based on this speed, if I focus solely on forging, I can become an advanced forging apprentice in 2 days, just in time for the next transaction with Aqua Rose. I can rake in another large sum of money from Aqua Rose. Shifeng made a rough estimation, growing excited. He greatly profited every time he met with Aqua Rose. If he could make another large sum this time, he would have mostly dealt with the matter of setting up his workshop. Later on, he only needed to think of a way to recruit a large number of players that could serve as the backbone of the guild in the future. If he wished to establish a guild with tens of thousands of members, he needed at least several hundred players to serve as the backbone of the guild. Otherwise, he could not manage so many players properly. Hence, Shifeng had decisively bought the office building to establish his workshop. It would save him the trouble of having to move to a new workshop in the future, limiting such issues related to the guild's development. HM? Gentle Snow? When Shifeng heard the ringtone for his communicator, he discovered the caller was Gentle Snow. However, she was not looking for Yifeng but Black Flame instead. It just so happened that Shifeng had reasons to look for Gentle Snow as well. Previously, he had intended to use the ID of Black Flame to establish the lifestyle guild, the Horizon Alliance. However, he never found the chance to do so. Now a chance had arrived. Currently, he was temporarily in charge of the Starstreak trading firm, which possessed shops in 8 different cities. Moreover, these shops were all located in the heart of each city. Regarding materials, workplace, or a place to sell items, Shifeng now had everything a lifestyle player would need in his possession. If he factored in Gentle Snow's advertising, establishing the Horizon Alliance was practically a done deal. If Horizon Alliance successfully developed, it would be worth a gold mine. He could obtain both funding and materials through this lifestyle guild. At that time, Shifeng would not have to worry about Zero Wing's development. Black Flame, are you interested in making a deal? Gentle Snow immediately asked without any greeting. A deal? I wonder what sort of deal Miss Snow wishes to make? Shifeng asked, curious. I know that you are related to the matter of the Starstreak trading firm, so I wish to purchase some whetstones from you, especially the advanced whetstones. I'll pay credits, and I'll buy as many as you have right now, Gentle Snow said. So, you desire the whetstones. This should be simple. However, I need gold coins far more than credits right now. If Miss Snow has a lot of them, I can definitely sell you my entire stock. Shifeng did not refute Gentle Snow's claim. After all, it was not strange that she had discovered his relation to the Starstreak trading firm. Previously, he had used the appearance of Black Flame to stroll through the trading firm with Anna openly. Moreover, many players had recorded a video of that scene. Since Gentle Snow had seen Black Flame before, she could easily figure out the relationship between him and the Starstreak trading firm as long as she saw one of those videos. I'll pay you 3 times of the market price via credits. Gentle Snow did not want the other guilds to catch up to them. Hence, she did not mind spending some extra credits. Miss Snow, there is no need to continue. You and I both know how important gold coins are right now. If you do not have the sincerity to conduct this trade, let us just forget it altogether. I am sincere about this deal. However, I've recently purchased a large batch of hard stones, so I don't have any excess gold coins at the moment. How about 5 times the market price? Gentle Snow felt helpless right now. Black Flame certainly had a powerful backer supporting him, so he might not value credits as much as gold coins. However, she truly had nothing she could use to trade. She only had credits. Let's just forget about the credits. Don't you have a lot of hard stones right now? Shifeng revealed a faint, bitter smile. If he were not required to earn 30,000 gold coins within 20 days, he would have definitely agreed to 5 times the market price. However, gold coins were much more important to him right now. This matter affected his own future development, so he could not compromise. Hence he suggested, "Let's exchange using hard stones then." Exchange. Gentle Snow's beautiful face froze. Stunned, she asked, "What will the ratio of exchange be?" "That will depend on you. For the normal whetstones, it will be a 1-to-4 ratio. As for the advanced whetstones, I require a 1-to-9 ratio," Shifeng stated calmly. "Fine. However, I want only advanced whetstones. Moreover, I want to conduct the trade immediately." After giving the matter some thought, Gentle Snow felt that this exchange seemed reasonable. However, Gentle Snow inwardly cursed at Shifeng for being too hateful. It is as expected of the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. If she allowed the forgers in her guild to make whetstones right now, they could produce 1 whetstone with every 4 or 5 hardstones. Meanwhile, Shifeng had accurately suggested trading 1 whetstone for 4 hardstones. The result of this exchange was just slightly better than the result the forgers in her guild could produce. So Gentle Snow agreed to trade the majority of their stock of hardstones for advanced whetstones, leaving the remainder for the forgers in her guild to increase their forging proficiency. "Alright then. Look for an NPC named Anna once you arrive at the Starstreak trading firm. She will conduct the exchange immediately," Shifeng instructed, chuckling. Soon after, Shifeng disconnected the call, resuming his production of advanced whetstones. Shifeng's trade with Gentle Snow was only a small interlude. After Gentle Snow had exchanged 4 stacks of advanced whetstones with Anna, under Shifeng's instructions, Anna made the exchange mechanism open to the public. The exchange ratio was the same as he previously mentioned to Gentle Snow. As a result, many players who lacked the money to purchase whetstones started frantically exchanging their hard stones. They no longer needed forging apprentices to rip them off. With this, not only could the Starstreak trading firm deal with its material supply issue, but it could also make a profit from this exchange. This scene caused many lifestyle players to have second thoughts about applying to work at the trading firm. 2 days later. System. Congratulations. You are the first player to be promoted to an advanced forging apprentice. Obtain 200,000 EXP. Rewarding 5 runic gold. Finally. Still, the system is really generous this time. To think it would even give me a rare item like runic gold. Shifeng involuntarily smiled when he saw the system rewards. Runic gold could increase the forging success rate of an item by 10%. Simultaneously, it would have a chance to upgrade the rank of the forged item by 1. Unlike runic steel, which could only upgrade an item's quality to a maximum of fine gold rank, runic gold could increase an item's quality up to dark gold rank. However, Shifeng's joy focused on the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. Ever since his forging proficiency had reached 2,000 points, the advanced whetstones no longer rewarded 1 proficiency point 100% of the time. They only had a 70% chance to reward a proficiency point. Meanwhile, after he reached 2,500 points, there was only a 40% chance of obtaining 1 proficiency point, while at 2,800 points, that chance further decreased to 20%. After spending 2 days forging away, he finally managed to earn the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. After becoming an advanced forging apprentice, Shifeng immediately retrieved the Advanced Book of Magic from his bag, choosing to learn it without hesitation. Suddenly, a golden glow surrounded Shifeng's body, and within Shifeng's mind, the knowledge of producing the magic armor kit appeared. During these 2 days, aside from continuously producing advanced whetstones and raising his forging proficiency, Shifeng had also made sure to train his body during the day. Incidentally, he also bought that office building in the city center for his workshop. Shifeng had to pay a total of 60 million credits in installments. He first paid 20 million credits, while he would pay the remaining 40 million in full within 3 months. Shifeng had also earned over 10 million credits from selling the White River City guidebooks. He used 5 million or so to purchase various gaming facilities and other items to complete his workshop. That way, when it was time to attend the university's fellowship party, he would have 5 million credits and a luxurious workshop to back him up. He was no weaker than Shadow right now. Comparing workshop facilities and environments, Shifeng's workshop utterly destroyed shadows. Chapter 225, Mana Armor Kit. While Shifeng had been stuck in the forging room for the past 2 days, many of the players that had just entered the city were amazed by the scene they witnessed. They never imagined that such benefits would be available in the city. Whetstones were no longer items solely monopolized by guilds. They could be purchased at the Starstreak trading firm along with the rare intermediate recovery and mana potions. Compared to other shops in White River City, the Starstreak trading firm's stock was far more thorough. Most importantly, the Starstreak trading firm was the only location that sold advanced whetstones. This item had become the Starstreak trading firm's signature item, and was only sold in limited numbers every day. With such an advantage, the Starstreak trading firm instantly obtained a strong foothold in the 8 cities it occupied, suppressing the other shops. During these 2 days, players no longer visited other shops to purchase their items, as they could simply purchase everything they needed at the Starstreak trading firm. As a result, business boomed for the trading firm. Meanwhile, a huge incident also happened in White River City, and even Shifeng, who was extremely knowledgeable about God's domain, was shocked. 10 guilds had suddenly grouped, forming an entirely new single guild. This matter sent shockwaves throughout the entire White River City region. Many of the second-rate and third-rate guilds started panicking at this news. They all increased the treatment they offered to their members, and continuously tried to recruit new members into their guilds. Simultaneously, they also increased their speed of annexing smaller guilds. As for the unrated guilds, they started to form alliances to resist the annexation of these second-rate and third-rate guilds for self-preservation. White River City, which originally had hundreds of guilds contending with each other for supremacy, suddenly entered a new phase where only a handful of powers contended with each other. In reality, a dozen or so unrated guilds coming together to form one large guild would not greatly affect these second-rate and third-rate guilds. The main reason this merger frightened these powerful guilds was the guild at its core. It was none other than the top-tier, third-rate guild, Dark Star. Furthermore, Dark Star had a new guild leader. Lone Tyrant had suddenly become Dark Star's new guild leader, while the previous guild leader had been chased out of his own guild. Originally, Dark Star already had Lone Tyrant, who was ranked first on the ranking list. They also managed to obtain the first clear of several hard-mode team dungeons. Previously, they had even competed against the Assassins Alliance over supremacy in White River City. However, due to lacking a powerful background, they could not grow any stronger within a short time. Now that Lone Tyrant had become the guild leader, not only had Dark Star annexed a large number of guilds, but they had also managed to recruit quite a few hidden experts. Just a short time after the merger, Dark Star had obtained the first clear of 2 hard-mode team dungeons, and one of them was even the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon. As a result, Dark Star's fame soared once again. They were no longer beneath the Assassins Alliance. They might have already surpassed the Assassins Alliance. Currently, Dark Star's influence in White River City could rival that of a first-rate guild. They had become one of the tyrants of White River City. On another note, for reasons unknown, the first thing Lone Tyrant did after he unified those unrated guilds was place a bounty on Shifeng's head. Moreover, the bounty he set was rather generous. As long as someone could kill Shifeng to level 0, he would immediately reward the person responsible with 5 million credits and an elder position in Dark Star. Meanwhile, any player who killed Shifeng once could receive a reward of 200,000 credits. In a virtual reality game, such a high bounty was mind-blowing. Right now, major corporations in the real world were only offering an annual salary of 5 million credits or so when recruiting well-known top-tier experts. On the other hand, Shifeng was not even a great character from a first-rate guild. Such a high bounty on an unknown player was a first in the world of virtual reality. Even though they did not know what sort of enmity Lone Tyrant had with Shifeng, many players had expressed their sympathies for Shifeng. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant's tyrannic actions had undeniably garnered the attention of many independent players, compelling them to join Dark Star to develop themselves further. However, from Shifeng's point of view, Lone Tyrant was simply a lunatic. He had snatched away only one first clear away from Lone Tyrant. Was there really a need to be so unforgiving? Moreover, Shifeng was really confused as to when Dark Star had become such an amazing existence. They had actually managed to annex more than 10 unrated guilds within such a short amount of time. One should know that each guild would have at least 1,000 to 2,000 members. In the case of a larger guild, there might be even 5,000 to 6,000 members. Yet Dark Star had actually devoured and incorporated them in a single go with room to spare. Even the Assassins' Alliance did not possess a background strong enough to carry out such a feat. Although Dark Star was very powerful right now, Shifeng considered the bounty on his head no more than a joke. If Shifeng were only a normal expert, he might have trembled in fear as he could not continue mingling in White River City. However, was Shifeng a normal expert? No, he wasn't. In a situation where everyone else had yet to familiarize themselves with God's domain fully, Shifeng already had 10 years' worth of experience playing in God's domain as an expert swordsman. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant, the current first-ranked player on the ranking list, was only level 14. However, during the time Shifeng had spent cooped up inside an intermediate forging room producing advanced whetstones, he had already recovered to level 16. Shifeng was leaps ahead of Lone Tyrant regarding EXP they had. Moreover, with his current level and equipment, Shifeng had dared to face an absolute powerhouse head-on from his previous life. So, why would he possibly be afraid of Dark Star? This time, however, Shifeng could not use the same strategy he had with Martial Union within Red Leaf Town. There was nobody in White River City who dared provoke a tyrannic tiger like Dark Star. Moreover, Dark Star had too many members. Shifeng would go bankrupt if he placed a bounty on all its members. Not to mention whether it was gold coins or credits, Shifeng was sorely in need of both right now. Hence, Shifeng chose to ignore Dark Star and instead focus on his own matters, producing mana armor kits. Compared to normal armor kits, mana armor kits were far more powerful. Aside from providing additional defense, normal armor kits only provided a small bonus to attributes. On the other hand, mana armor kits provided a significant bonus. Moreover, mana armor kits could be equipped on both plate and cloth armor. The materials needed to produce them were also very basic. No expensive or rare materials were necessary at all. Basic mana armor kit. Materials required: 10 copper ore, 3 bronze ore, 1 basic recovery potion or 1 basic mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical basic armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Basic physical armor kit. Defense plus 80. Strength plus 3, endurance plus 4, agility plus 3. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Basic magical armor kit. Defense plus 30. Intelligence plus 3, endurance plus 4, vitality plus 3. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Intermediate mana armor kit. Materials required: 15 iron ore, 5 fine iron ore, 1 intermediate recovery potion, or 1 intermediate mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical intermediate armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Intermediate physical armor kit. Defense plus 200. Strength plus 10. Endurance plus 12. Agility plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Intermediate magical armor kit. Defense plus 60. Intelligence plus 10. Endurance plus 12. Vitality plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Advanced mana armor kit. Materials required: 20 silver ore, 8 mithril ore, 2 advanced recovery potion or 2 advanced mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical advanced armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Advanced physical armor kit. Defense plus 400. Strength plus 30. endurance plus 40, agility plus 30. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above. Advanced magical armor kit. Defense plus 150. Intelligence plus 30, endurance plus 40, vitality plus 30. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above. As long as a player bound 3 mana armor kits to their equipment, they would have the equivalent of an additional piece of precious equipment. Whether in a normal battle or dungeon raid, the mana armor kits would provide an immense improvement to a player. Who could resist such an enticing item? Chapter 226, Attracted by Fame. On a street located in the heart of the trade area, a man hiding himself under a hooded cloak hurriedly walked into the tall building, the Starstreak trading firm, by the roadside. Due to its raging popularity, there were plenty of players entering and leaving the Starstreak trading firm. Moreover, players who wore cloaks were common at the trading firm, so the hurried man did not attract the attention of other players. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover 2 exquisite longswords strapped to his back. Of the 2 swords, one released a faint glow that resembled a black flame, while the other released a green stream of light. One could easily tell that these 2 swords were extraordinary items. Moreover, the style of this man's equipment clearly indicated it was a set equipment, and a high-quality set equipment at that. This person was none other than Sherfong, currently disguised as Black Flame. Previously, after spending most of his day hiding in a forging room, Sherfong had forged a total of 600 basic mana armor kits. 400 of them were physical armor kits, while the remaining 200 were magic armor kits. A large amount of copper ore, bronze ore, intermediate recovery potions, and intermediate mana regeneration potions was required to make so many armor kits. Fortunately, Sherfong had these materials in spades. With the Philosopher's Stone, Sherfong could refine stones into ores. There was no need for him to purchase any at all. As for basic potions, he simply needed to spend some money to purchase a large stock of them. However, when compared to the value of the basic mana armor kits, the cost of these potions was practically negligible. Sherfong had even resolved the issue of production success rate, which was the most troublesome factor when producing the basic mana armor kits. For starters, as an advanced forging apprentice, Sherfong possessed a 20% success rate when forging the basic mana armor kits. After factoring in the Book of Forging and the various supporting tools he possessed, his success rate was further boosted to 66%. Although there was still the chance of failure, each try would only cost him 70 copper coins. With Sherfeng's current wealth, he would not feel even an itch from losing such a meager amount of money. After arriving at the 3rd floor of the Starstreak trading firm, Sherfong quickly discovered a long line of people in the hallway. These people were currently queued up outside an office. A majority of these people consisted of NPCs, while the minority were players. Hey, do you know what first come, first served means? You mannerless brute. You actually dare break the rules that Lady Anna has set. Bro, you sure have guts, huh? Aren't you afraid of Goddess Anna kicking you out? Regardless if it were the NPCs or players queued up in the hallway, all of them sent fierce glares at Sherfong. However, their anger did not stem from their hatred of meeting Sherfong for the first time. Instead, they were afraid of Sherfeng's rudeness earning the ire of Lady Anna. They had been painstakingly waiting to meet Lady Anna for a long time now. If Lady Anna chased all of them away in a fit of rage, it would be a tragedy. What are you guys queuing for? Sherfong asked curiously. Sherfong casually glanced at the people queued up in the hallway. Just from a rough estimate, there should be over 200 people present. This was in no way a small number. Moreover, looking at how all of these people referred to Anna as Lady Anna, or Goddess Anna, with both admiration and respect, Sherfong couldn't help but grow astonished. You dare come here without even knowing this? Everyone immediately rolled their eyes at Sherfong. They looked at Sherfong as if he was a noob, their gazes filled with disdain. The Starstreak trading firm is currently hiring a large number of forgers and potion makers. If we're chosen and can work for Starstreak, We will enjoy a private workshop all to ourselves. Moreover, the trading firm will provide us with an endless supply of materials. If we perform well, the trading firm will even reward us with our very own private research room and provide us with all the materials we need to carry out our research. In other words, as long as we can become a forger or potion maker of Starstreak Trading Firm, both money and fame will be available for our picking. Speaking up to this point, everyone couldn't help but sigh incessantly. They felt great envy towards those who had already become forgers and potion makers of the Starstreak Trading Firm. However, when a female player suddenly walked out from the office with a disappointed look on her face, everyone's mood immediately dampened. Due to Starstreak growing more and more famous, the number of NPCs and players who wished to join the trading firm had also grown explosively. Hence, the test's difficulty had also been increased. It was no longer as easy as the trading firm's initial recruitment. How many consecutive eliminations have that been already? I think this should be the 7th. The test is becoming more and more challenging. Previously, 1 of every 5 applicants would succeed. Now only 1 out of 8 succeed. I wonder what the chances will be when it is my turn? The people queued near the back started growing anxious. Anna sure is strict. Sherfong revealed a bitter smile. Although having such strict selection criteria wasn't a problem, players were still fundamentally different from NPCs. Especially for players who were timid and introverted, it was a little extreme to reject them after undergoing only a single test. Cream Coco, the female player who had just walked out from Anna's office, was one such example. In the past, Cream Coco was a genius forger who had the title as one of the 10 great master forgers of Starmoon Kingdom, and Sherfong was fully intent of recruiting her into his guild in this life. He did not think that, shortly after Cream Coco had left the Assassin's Alliance, she would immediately come to Starstreak, only to be rejected once more. Fortunately, Sherfong had made a trip to Starstreak Trading Firm. Otherwise, he would similarly be shedding tears of regret with Cruel Sword. Another failure. Where am I supposed to head to now? At this moment Cream Coco wore a dejected expression. Previously, she had been chased out of the Assassin's Alliance due to her production success rate being overly low. Now, Starstreak Trading Firm had also rejected her. After these consecutive failures, she no longer knew where she should head. Am I really not cut out for forging? Maybe I should go adventuring and fight like the other players. However, I am a sports idiot. How am I supposed to fight like the others? Hello. Are you here to apply for a job at Starstreak Trading Firm? Sherfong asked, blocking Cream Coco's path. Cream Coco nodded as she glanced at Sherfong. Currently, she did not have the mood at all to pay any attention to a stranger. Are you interested in taking another test? Sherfong asked with a smile. Shock flashed in Cream Coco's eyes. Immediately, she lifted her head and focused on Sherfong. For a moment, she had even thought that Sherfong was one of Starstreak's personnel. However, when she failed to find the Starstreak Trading Firm's emblem on Sherfang's clothing, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Ha. Who do you think you are? Starstreak's president? Can you let someone who has already been rejected take the test again? If you wish to pretend, at least think of the time and place. Look at where you are at right now. At the very least, you should get a Starstreak emblem before putting up your act. A tall and beautiful cleric sneered as she sent a disdainful gaze at Sherfong. However, Sherfong did not get angry at this girl's provocation. Instead, he used observing eyes on this tall beauty. Melancholic smile. Level 10. Cleric. Seeing this name, Sherfong was shocked. Although not as famous as Cream Coco, Melancholic Smile, the tall beauty of a cleric before him, was also one of Starmoon Kingdom's future master forgers. Sherfong truly did not think that the Starstreak Trading Firm could be so attractive as to lure 2 future master forgers. My bad, I forgot to introduce myself. I am. Just as Sherfong was about to introduce himself, Anna suddenly walked out from the office as she called for the next batch of interviewees. However, the moment her eyes spotted Sherfong, she hurriedly walked over to Sherfong in a panic. Meanwhile, Everyone else revealed ridiculing smiles as they watched Shifeng. They fully intended to enjoy the show that was about to play out. You've humiliated yourself big time now. Shifeng actually dared pretend to be Starstreak trading firm personnel. Now that he had been caught in the act, he would definitely be shown the way out. Your Excellency, this subordinate is extremely sorry for this. I did not think that these people would disturb you. I will immediately send them away. Anna glared at Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, hurriedly apologizing to Shifeng. Chapter 227, Master Black Flame. Ah! Everyone who wore a mocking smile a moment before was so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they heard Lady Anna speak to Shifeng. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. They swallowed the ridiculing words they had prepared as their faces turned extraordinarily pale. Cream Cocoa was similarly shocked by this scene. However, she accepted this news relatively quickly. This is too great. I have another chance. Cream Cocoa's disappointed expression instantly shifted to excitement as she looked at Shifeng. Seeing Lady Anna's humble attitude towards Shifeng, even going as far as to refer to Shifeng as Your Excellency, Cream Cocoa was sure that Shifeng was no ordinary character. Since such a great character was willing to give her another chance, the flame of hope within her instantly ignited. On the other hand, Melancholic Smile's current mood was the exact opposite of Cream Cocoa's. At this moment, she looked at Shifeng with a face filled with astonishment. She then shifted her gaze towards the beautiful Anna. Melancholic Smile discovered reverence in Anna's mesmerizing bright blue eyes as she gazed at Shifeng. Clearly, Anna was not acting. Moreover, when Anna noticed Melancholic Smile's gaze on her, she glanced at Melancholic Smile, and the reverence in her eyes instantly transformed into rage. Melancholic Smile immediately panicked. It's over. It's over. Why is my luck so terrible? Previously, I got kicked out of the guild after offending one of its upper echelons. Now, before I have even set foot in the Starstreak trading firm, I have offended one of its great characters. Melancholic Smile's thoughts were chaotic, and her heart was distraught. She did not know how she should explain herself to Lady Anna to get out of this mess. Shifeng couldn't help but smile when he noticed Anna's furious glare and Melancholic Smile's flustered expression. However, when Melancholic Smile noticed Shifeng's smile, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, dread filling her heart. It seems that I can no longer stay in the Starstreak trading firm, Melancholic Smile lamented. If she had known about this beforehand, she would not have attempted to speak out of turn, interrupting Shifeng's happy occasion. In the end, she had dug her own grave. However, Shifeng's following words shocked Melancholic Smile. Anna, don't mind me and continue your evaluations, Shifeng instructed Anna. He then shifted his sights to Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, softly saying, I will conduct both of your tests. Everyone else, continue as usual. Yes, Your Excellency, Anna respectfully replied. Compared to a few days ago, Anna's current loyalty had risen from 50 to 70 points. Although it wasn't a particularly high number, it was passable. At the very least, Anna would not cause him any trouble. Do I still have a chance? Melancholic Smile never thought Shifeng would give her another chance. After all, she had spoiled Shifeng's happy occasion. Logically speaking, he should have chased her out of Starstreak instead. Following which, Shifeng led both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile up to the 4th floor of the building. Just who is he? Isn't he too amazing? He had actually made Lady Anna bow before him. If I could achieve a similar feat, I could die without regrets. Some of the players watched Shifeng's departing figure with admiration, inwardly guessing Shifeng's identity. In the entire White River City, there had yet to be a single player-owned shop. Even Ouroboros' currently most famous guild had not accomplished such a thing. Yet, Shifeng had succeeded in doing just that. Moreover, he was in the upper echelon of the Starstreak trading firm. His position was far above Anna's. So, how could this piece of news not be shocking? Just how powerful of a backer must Shifeng have to cooperate with the Starstreak trading firm? Meanwhile, when some of the male players saw Shifeng leading away both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, they inwardly cursed and called him an animal. One was not enough for him. He is practically abusing his authority. Inwardly, these male players felt both envy and disdain for Shifeng. Inside a forging room on the 4th floor, Shifeng prepared 5 sets of materials to craft whetstones for each of the 2 girls. Looking at the materials placed on the stone table, Melancholic Smile's thoughts slightly lagged. She never thought that Shifeng would truly give them a test, and not have any unscrupulous thoughts towards them. What is it? Have you not learned how to make whetstones yet? Shifeng asked curiously when he noticed Melancholic Smile's dazed expression. The Forging Association sold the recipe for whetstones. Moreover, it was available for only 30 copper coins. Logically speaking, every player who aspired to become a forger should have learned the recipe, not to mention players who had managed to enter White River City. Ah, that's not it. I know how to make them. Melancholic Smile hurriedly shook her head, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She felt ashamed of herself for completely misunderstanding Shifeng's intentions. On the other hand, Cream Cocoa had a much purer mind than Melancholic Smile. She had not overthought things like the cleric had. However, she was still extremely nervous at the thought of having to make a whetstone in front of Shifeng. She felt deeply afraid that she would fail the test. Shifeng had given each of them 5 sets of materials, and his requirement was for them to achieve at least 2 successful attempts. However, during her time at the Assassin's Alliance, Cream Cocoa could only make 1 or 2 whetstones out of 10 sets of materials. Before you start, I'll give you 2 a demonstration. Shifeng retrieved a set of materials from his inventory. With a wave of his hand, he started producing the whetstone. You are a forger as well? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile asked in astonishment. Ah, how forgetful of me. I still haven't introduced myself. As Shifeng had kept both his name and level hidden, others could not discover who he was. I am Black Flame, a forger. You are the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. You are Master Black Flame, the one that developed the Glimmer chestplate. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile immediately grew flustered. They would never have believed that they would meet the legendary Master Black Flame. After all, he was the person responsible for elevating the status of forgers, turning it into the most popular lifestyle class in Star Moon Kingdom. Simultaneously, he had also given the various large guilds a reason to support and nurture their forgers. One could say that Master Black Flame had done every forger within Star Moon Kingdom a favor. What was even more unbelievable was the fact that Black Flame was actually the ordinary and detached-looking man before them. In their eyes, Black Flame should have either been a handsome young man or a strange old man. However, Black Flame did not match either description. Although Black Flame looked different from what they had imagined, that did not stop their growing excitement. If this man before them was the famous Black Flame, that would explain why Lady Anna showed so much respect. It also explained how the Starstreak trading firm could possess items such as the advanced whetstones. Noticing Cream Cocoa's and Melancholic Smile's excited and hungry gazes, cold sweat dripped down Shifeng's forehead. He coughed dryly and said sternly, I will only demonstrate this once. If you cannot complete 2 whetstones, you can show yourselves out. I won't accept you into the firm. The 2 girls instantly calmed after being admonished by Shifeng. Afraid that they would miss out on something, they both heightened their concentration as they watched Shifeng's hands. However, Shifeng's actions rendered them speechless. Shifeng's production speed was simply too fast. Moreover, his actions were as smooth and natural as flowing water. One would easily find themselves mesmerized. Before they could react, Shifeng had already finished producing a whetstone. All right, it is your turn now. Shifeng smiled calmly as he pointed the 2 towards the materials on the stone table. He was already an advanced forging apprentice. Even if he did not utilize the Book of Forging, he still had an 80% success rate when producing whetstones. However, even if he succeeded in making one, he would not receive any additional proficiency points. He had only done so to test the 2 girls' potential. After all, they were both future master forgers. If they could not gain any inspiration after watching him work, it proved that they had only become a master forger due to luck. Chapter 228, Meteoric Rise. As the level of technique Shifeng demonstrated was slightly high, in addition to his strict requirement, Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile immediately grew serious. Shifeng's forging techniques had clearly undergone refinement hundreds and thousands of times. It was not something inexperienced forgers like them could hope to compare to. However, they had more or less noticed the key points in Shifeng's demonstration. Soon after, the two girls stepped up to their separate forging tables. As if they had received some enlightenment, they held up the forging materials and fell into deep thought. As expected of future master forgers, Shifeng revealed a faint smile when he noticed their actions. At this point, it was impossible for the average player to possess sufficient materials to practice their forging with, not to mention the precious materials to produce items. However, Shifeng was different from these inexperienced forgers. During his 10 years of playing God's Domain, he had encountered plenty of master forgers. In their free time, these players would usually discuss forging. For players with their skill level, their conversations were no longer about simply playing a game, but instead counted as true research. Shifeng had experienced many such conversations. Coupling that knowledge with an endless supply of materials to use as practice, he had naturally learned the craft fairly quickly. However, in terms of talent, Shifeng was far from being a match of the girls currently before him. After all, at the end of the day, Shifeng was still a player more suited to battle and adventure. The only thing he could do was combine the knowledge he had gained from listening to those masters with his own understanding of forging techniques and display it. Although it would not be of great help, it would be enough as long as they could realize their own deficiencies. At this stage of the game, a majority of the players had a relatively high success rate when producing whetstones. They should have at least a 40% success rate. They should be able to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. If they had passable techniques, it wouldn't be unusual if they could even produce 3. However, a majority of the players at this stage could only produce 1 whetstone out of 5 attempts. Although the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm were not comparable to the intermediate forging rooms in the Forging Association, they should still be much better than the basic forging rooms. When making a common item like the whetstone, the forging room should increase a player's success rate by at least 5%. Due to this, Shifeng required the both of them to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. After a period of silence, the two girls finally started their first attempt at producing the whetstone. 3 minutes later, both had produced their first whetstones. They wore joyful expressions as they handed their products to Shifeng for evaluation. A failure. The same goes for this one. Shifeng shook his head after he checked the information on the 2 items. Both whetstones were of poor quality, and they yielded 0 effects when used. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were both disappointed by these results. They knew they did not have many chances remaining. If they did not produce 2 whetstones out of the remaining 4 sets of materials, without a doubt, they would be chased out of the trading firm. After experiencing failure on their first try, the 2 girls spent more time reflecting before their second attempt. After reflecting for more than 10 minutes, the next action the 2 girls took astonished Shifeng. Within a single breath, the 2 had used up all 4 sets of materials. Moreover, their production speed was much faster than before. After producing all 4 whetstones, the 2 smiled at each other. They then placed their completed whetstones on the table, awaiting Shifeng's evaluation. "You 2 have really surprised me. Out of 4 pieces, both of you actually managed 3 successes." Shifeng couldn't help his shock when he looked at the information displayed before him. "Very good. From today onwards, you 2 are officially members of the Horizon Alliance. Here is the contract. If there aren't any problems, just sign it." Horizon Alliance. It isn't the Starstreak trading firm. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were confused when they took a look at the contract. After all, Their goal in coming here had been to join the wealthy and powerful Starstreak trading firm. However, after they read the contract, they discovered that the benefits stated were abnormally good. Even Cream Cocoa, who had come from the Assassin's Alliance, found the offer quite attractive. After all, not only would they be provided with limitless materials and forging designs, but they would also obtain 15% of the profits once the item sold. They would also earn a minimum monthly salary of 2,000 credits. On the other hand, the other guilds only provided their forgers with 5% of the profits and a low monthly salary. The materials these guilds provided were also very limited. Under normal circumstances, the best materials would be given to the forgers with better techniques, leaving remaining forgers wanting. I can't reveal what kind of relationship the Horizon Alliance has with the Starstreak trading firm. However, I can tell you one thing: the Horizon Alliance is a lifestyle guild. It is not like your usual adventure and battle guild, and lifestyle players will be the core of this guild. Moreover, in the future, the Horizon Alliance will expand its market much further than the Starstreak trading firm. We won't only sell our products in 8 cities, but in every city throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, you guys will not have to worry about materials. As long as you can produce items of sufficient quality, you won't need to worry about failing to sell the item. Shifeng calmly smiled as he continued. Of course, if you don't want to, you can choose to join the Starstreak trading firm instead. It all depends on you. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile considered their options carefully. At present, the Starstreak trading firm was undeniably the better choice if they wished to develop themselves further. Moreover, they had never even heard of the Horizon Alliance, not to mention a guild run by lifestyle players. I am willing to join the Horizon Alliance. However, Cream Cocoa signed the contract without hesitation. Melancholic Smile simply shook her head at this sight, thinking that Cream Cocoa was simply too naive. However, although she thought in such a way, she had similarly signed her name on the contract she received from Shifeng. The reason she had chosen was the man currently before her. Not only was he the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, but he also had deep ties with the Starstreak trading firm. One could also say that, without the advanced whetstone, the Starstreak trading firm would not be enjoying its current popularity. Most importantly, it was the Horizon Alliance's future potential. Good. Since you two have signed the contract, you are now official members of the Horizon Alliance. From this moment onwards, you two can use the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm anytime you want. If you lack materials, just notify Anna, and she will provide them for you. You two only need to focus on advancing into a true forger, Shifeng said, smiling. With 2 potential master forgers joining, Shifeng felt much more optimistic about Horizon Alliance's future. Shifeng also made Melancholic Smile the Horizon Alliance's temporary manager. While she managed the Horizon Alliance, she was also tasked with poaching some of the forgers and potion makers with potential from the Starstreak trading firm. After all, Shifeng was only an acting president of the trading firm. Starstreak trading firm's forgers and potion makers belonged to Starstreak only, not the Horizon Alliance. When Shifeng completed the second phase of the epic quest, he would no longer have any relation to the Starstreak trading firm. He would not be able to sell items through the Starstreak trading firm any longer. In other words, he and the Starstreak trading firm would draw a line between each other. So he naturally had to recruit players with potential to his side. Soon after, Shifeng placed the basic mana armor kit for sale on the second floor of the Starstreak trading firm. He priced each basic mana armor kit at 20 silver coins. Although this price could rival that of a piece of level 10 bronze equipment, Shifeng did not mind. After all, he had no fear that this item would not sell. He only feared that it would sell too quickly. Thus he had set such a high price. Shifeng then returned to his forging room and resumed forging basic mana armor kits. The 600 basic mana armor kits were just a drop in the bucket. He still needed to produce a lot more to meet demand. Not to mention, Shifeng still had a mountain in the form of 30,000 gold coins weighing down on him. Moreover, plenty of guilds had started growing greedy after seeing Shifeng make so much money from selling the advanced whetstones. They all started thinking up of plans to obtain the recipe for themselves. Hence, during the past few days, many guilds had started investigating the origins of the advanced whetstone. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that a guild was indeed far more powerful than an individual. Within a short amount of time, these guilds had discovered the origins of the advanced whetstone. They had even managed to obtain its recipe. The Moonlight Forest. Treasures filled this place. Aside from having plenty of treasure chests and field bosses, the drop rate for gemstones here was much higher than other maps. The various large guilds in White River City had long since regarded the Moonlight Forest as a cash machine. On the other hand, independent players had no share of these bountiful resources. Guild leader, the intermediate forging apprentices in our guild have successfully produced advanced whetstones. The intermediate apprentice potion makers have also managed to produce intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions, a ranger reported. Very good. It just so happens that White River City's bazaar will be held tonight. We can use this chance to show off Dark Star's strength. Lone Tyrant smiled satisfactorily. He had long since grown impatient after witnessing the Starstreak trading firm rake in an ocean of wealth. Now that their guild could similarly produce and sell advanced whetstones and intermediate potions, he was one step closer to becoming the true tyrant of White River City. Chapter 229, Black Flame Effect. Starstreak Trading Firm, at the premium goods counter on the second floor. Due to the raging popularity of the advanced whetstones, and the fact that only a limited amount was available for sale each day, many guilds and players could normally be seen queuing and waiting at the counter. Today, however, fewer people were present on the second floor of the trading firm. No one waited in line at the premium goods counter. Those present were only independent players just window shopping, and not a single guild player wandered the spacious hall. Nobody present even asked about the availability of the advanced whetstones, and such a situation had caused Anna, the manager of the trading firm, to grow anxious. Immediately, she started an investigation into the cause of this sudden lack of customers. She then forwarded her findings to Shifeng, letting him decide what to do with it. Although I have long since expected this, they certainly took action quickly. Is Dark Star trying to start a price war with us? Shifeng revealed a calm smile after he read the message Anna had sent him. The reason the Starstreak trading firm's business would suddenly grow cold was mainly due to Dark Star. Dark Star had managed to nurture forgers and potion makers capable of producing advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. Furthermore, they had widely trumpeted the fact that they offered their products for a much lower price. Originally, a stack of advanced whetstones sold for 1 gold, 40 silvers at the Starstreak trading firm. However, Dark Star sold them for only 1 gold per stack. As for the intermediate potions, both types sold at a price 1 silver coins cheaper. Although the prices were greatly reduced, the advanced whetstone and intermediate potions were originally products that sold at greatly inflated prices. Even if one reduced their selling price, they would still earn several times the base cost of the items. Hence, in order to solicit customers, Dark Star would naturally initiate a price reduction. As for the players looking to purchase these items, they would purchase these items for the lowest price. This was the natural law of human nature. Nobody would be so foolish as to purchase an item of equal quality for a higher price. However, a price reduction was only the beginning of Dark Star's strategy. To make matters worse, Dark Star had even made a decisive change to the exchange mechanism. Although the exchange rate they use for normal whetstones was similar to the Starstreak trading firms, they had reduced the advanced whetstones to hardstones ratio from a 1:9 ratio to a 1:7 ratio. This ratio was just slightly higher than the production requirements of intermediate forging apprentices. Compared to the Starstreak trading firm, Dark Star's exchange rates were far more lucrative. As a result, many players had turned to Dark Star to trade their hardstones. Now that the Starstreak trading firm had lost its main source of income for hardstones, even if they relied on the hardstones Shifeng had previously accumulated, they would sooner or later run out. Without the necessary basic materials, how were they supposed to produce anything? Moreover, Darkstar also possessed an advantage that Shifeng did not. They had more people producing the advanced whetstones. As more time passed, Darkstar would obtain more advanced whetstone recipes from raiding dungeons. They could endlessly increase the number of people capable of producing advanced whetstones in their guild. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm only had Shifeng. However, Shifeng currently had neither the manpower nor the time to waste raiding a low-level dungeon for the recipes. If this situation persisted, Darkstar would surpass the Starstreak trading firm eventually. Soon after, Shifeng passed on his verdict to Anna. Since Darkstar wanted to start a price war, he would gladly engage. Hence, he adjusted the prices and exchange rates to equal Darkstar's. However, this change would only take effect in White River City. The prices and exchange rates would remain the same in the other 7 cities. Simultaneously, Shifeng also took this chance to reveal the basic mana armor kit. Anna was very efficient in her work. Shortly after Shifeng assigned her the tasks, she had completed all of them. Moreover, she had also added an additional counter on the second floor specifically for selling the basic mana armor kits. Visiting players quickly discovered the new addition. There's a new counter here. What's this basic mana armor kit? Won't we know once we take a look? Originally, one of the elite parties present on the second floor had only come to the Starstreak trading firm with the intention of purchasing some normal whetstones for future use. However, when they noticed the appearance of the new counter and a new product, curiosity got the better of them, and they decided to investigate. Crap. This is insane. Is this thing made of silver? They're actually charging 20 silver coins for a broken armor kit. I can get a piece of level 10 bronze equipment with that kind of money. They're even limiting the sales of this thing to 50 pieces a day. This is too expensive. Even though we are an elite party, our harvest from a single dungeon raid will, at best, amount to 2 to 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Moreover, not only do we risk losing experience, but we also need to spend money on potions and repairs after a raid. One armor kit already amounts to our party's total harvest in a single day. Wait a minute, why are the attributes of this armor kit so high? We can bind a total of 3 pieces on per character. The total attributes of 3 pieces is even higher than a level 10 mysterious iron ranked breastplate. Look, every armor kit is marked with a black flame. Don't tell me this is something made by the Black Flame Forger. Originally, the members of the team had cursed the Starstreak trading firm for trying to rip them off. However, the moment they noticed the attributes on the mana armor kits and the Black Flame mark, they involuntarily shuddered. Who was Black Flame? He was someone every veteran player throughout Starmoon Kingdom knew. Although the Glimmer chestplate was outdated at this point, it was an undeniable fact that the item had once caused an uproar throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, due to its gallant appearance, many players still held on to their Glimmer chestplates. The ones that held the Black Flame mark looked even more awesome, and countless collectors wished to possess of one of these pieces. Unfortunately, such marked pieces were exceedingly rare, and right now, each piece was already worth 50 silver coins on the black market. Yet even at such an insane price, nobody would willingly sell theirs. Now Black Flame had revealed himself once more. He was even selling such powerful mana armor kits. It was just like the saying that had circulated Starmoon Kingdom. Anything produced by Black Flame would definitely be a premium product. How much money do we have right now? Speaking softly, the leader of the elite party suddenly asked in the party chat. Brother Chin, we barely have 43 silver coins if all 6 of us pool our money together. We have only managed to collect this after much difficulty to repair our equipment and buy some potions. You can't be thinking to trade a portion of the hard stones we collected for normal whetstones, then sell the rest. Also sell all of the gemstones we previously obtained. Before anybody discovers this armor kit, we need to buy as many as we can. As long as we can equip our MT and healer with 3 of these mana armor kits, we can easily clear normal mode party dungeons. Furthermore, by the time Starstreak sells out on these mana armor kits, we can resell our extras for a high price. We should be able to earn back most of what we have spent. When the other party members realized the logic behind their party leader's words, they immediately started pooling their money and sold all of their expendable items to buy as many basic mana armor kits as they could. If both their MT and healer could have an additional piece of mysterious iron equipment, they could greatly reduce the number of deaths when they raided a dungeon. With an additional 240 defense and 12 endurance, their MT's strength would soar to the next level. Their MT could tank boss monsters with much greater ease. Not to mention, their healer would also receive an upgrade. Soon after, the elite party's MT and healer each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment. The party also bought an extra piece for future use. In reality, it wasn't just this particular elite party that had found out about the basic mana armor kits. Several other elite parties and independent players that had wandered into the Starstreak trading firm had secretly sold off their assets after discovering the armor kits. Some of the players who were wealthy in reality even went as far as to purchase coins at a high price to purchase the armor kits. As a result, 50 basic mana armor kits silently disappeared from the Starstreak trading firm. During the night, when the moon was bright and the stars were few, many players would come to the pub to relax and chat. "Old Chin, why is your party so happy today? You guys even bought such expensive alcohol to drink. Don't tell me it's your birthday?" A party leader of another elite party asked. "Our 3-headed wolves party is very happy today. Here, I'll treat your 9-headed birds party to this bottle of ice blue spirit. Did you guys strike it rich? Why are you being so generous? This is a high-quality spirit that costs 3 silver coins." Of course. Today, our party managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon for the first time. We also managed to get a piece of mysterious iron equipment for our MT from that dungeon raid. Tomorrow, we plan to raid another hard mode party dungeon. The other players inside the bar were immediately shocked when they heard that someone had managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon. They all sent envious gazes at the player called Chin. Throughout White River City, the number of independent parties that managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon could be counted on one's hands. "Old Chin, stop boasting. Did you think I don't know about your party's strength? Not to mention hard mode, you guys still have to struggle through life and death to even clear a normal mode party dungeon." The party leader of the 9-headed birds frowned in disbelief. "Aha. If it were in the past, of course, it would be impossible. However, our party's MT has over 1,000 defense and 1,600 HP right now." Chin gleefully boasted. The party leader of the 9-headed birds was greatly shocked by this information. After all, he and the other party leader had known each other for a long time now, so he knew Chin from top to bottom. Previously, the 3-headed wolf's MT had not been so powerful. He was even weaker than the 9-headed bird's MT by a small margin. After some probing, the 9-headed bird spent 20 silver coins to obtain the secret the 3-headed wolves used to clear a hard mode party dungeon. The main reason for the 3-headed wolves' success was the contribution of the basic mana armor kits. During the day, the 3-headed wolves were one of the parties that had secretly bought the basic mana armor kits from the Starstreak trading firm. With their newly improved MT and healer, in addition to their familiarity with the dungeon they cleared, they finally managed to achieve the feat that all independent parties aimed for, clearing a hard mode party dungeon. Chapter 230 Crazy Night. The Night Bazaar of White River City had been organized to allow players to conduct business with each other. Due to Dark Star's incessant advertising, the bazaar today had grown lively. Many guilds had collected a large amount of hardstones and coins to purchase the advanced whetstones from Dark Star. Players busied themselves with setting up stalls throughout the plaza, where the bazaar would occur. As one had to pay a steep processing fee to use the services of the auction house, many players had opted to sell their accumulated loot today instead. Meanwhile, of the many stalls set up at this plaza, the most attention-grabbing one belonged to Dark Star, as there were several hundred players currently lined up before Dark Star's stall. Seeing this, Lone Tyrant's heart fluttered with joy. By the time tomorrow arrived, Dark Star would become the wealthiest guild in White River City, and very soon, they would even surpass the Starstreak trading firm. They would become the possessor of White River City's economic lifeline. At that time, even Ouroboros would not be a match for Dark Star. Half an hour after the bazaar started, something odd happened. This incident caused plenty of guilds to grow sluggish in their thoughts, and even Lone Tyrant was utterly dumbfounded. Can someone tell me just what has happened here? Lone Tyrant bellowed, pointing towards the empty plaza. Boss, I made some inquiries just now and found out that the Starstreak trading firm has similarly reduced the prices of their items. Aside from having the same prices as we do, they have also released a new product. I hear that the product is a basic mana armor kit made by Black Flame. As long as one binds this armor kit to their equipment, they will receive a great improvement to their attributes and defense. If a player binds 3 pieces to their equipment, then it would be the equivalent of having an additional top-tier mysterious iron rank breastplate. However, Starstreak has limited the sales of the armor kit to 50 each day, so everyone went to queue up for the item instead. Black Flame? Isn't that the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom? Why would he work with the Starstreak trading firm? Lone Tyrant's brows wrinkled. He had also heard rumors about Black Flame. However, the man was simply too mysterious, so nobody had a concrete idea which major power stood behind him. The public only knew that there was a deeply hidden major power supporting Black Flame. So what if he is the chief forger? Lone Tyrant sneered. Since Black Flame can create such a good item, we only need to make it as well. Immediately investigate the basic mana armor kit. Find out where we can get the forging design. I truly wish to thank Black Flame for giving us this great business opportunity. Boss is the best. I'll investigate it immediately. Meanwhile, at the Starstreak trading firm, there was already a sea of people lining up outside the building, selling 1 stack of hardstones for a low price. Come over here if you are interested. Level 10 bronze axe for 30 silver coins. Buying silver coins for a high price. I'll take as much as you have. Unknowingly, a market had formed outside of the Starstreak trading firm. Although players could not set up stalls there, they could still do face-to-face trading. Albeit troublesome, nobody would mind such a small matter. After all, they were currently trying to make as much money as they could. By the time the Starstreak trading firm started selling the basic mana armor kits again, they would buy as many as possible. While everyone stood in line outside the building, many had struck up conversations with one another. They started to boast about the effects of the basic mana armor kit. What the Three-Headed Wolves party had accomplished had especially become the envy of many independent parties. Meanwhile, the more this news spread, the more it was blown out of proportion. Currently, the rumors mentioned that the Three-Headed Wolves had originally not been able to clear even a normal mode party dungeon. However, after their MT and healer had each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment, the party immediately succeeded in raiding a level 10 Hell mode party dungeon. They had even obtained a secret silver-ranked shield and many other mysterious iron set equipment pieces from the raid, increasing their team's prowess to that of a party of experts. Some said that the Three-Headed Wolves were currently stronger than even the elite members of a first-rate guild. This rumor had caused many independent players to long for the basic mana armor kits. They wished to obtain the armor kits and achieve great success. Aside from independent players focusing on the basic mana armor kit, the various guilds had also started taking action. They tried to think of ways to contact Black Flame. They wanted to purchase a large number of the armor kits from him directly. After all, if they could equip every member of their elite team with 3 basic mana armor kits, their team's strength would rise to an entirely different level. At that time, conquering the 20-man Hell mode team dungeon would no longer be a dream. Taking a step back, even if they could not clear the Hell mode, if they could manage to clear the hard mode, they could still reap a lot of benefits. Hence, it was a must for them to obtain the basic mana armor kits. D. Snow, is Big Brother Black Flame offline? Zhao Yueru asked, worried. Gentle Snow nodded her head, saying bitterly, I have truly underestimated Black Flame. Originally, I thought that he would suffer a small setback after Dark Star revealed the advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. However, I would never have imagined that he would reveal such a card, catching everyone by surprise. Gentle Snow had believed that she had a good understanding of the man called Black Flame. However, time and again, Black Flame continued to surpass her expectations. It was as if Black Flame had brought out two cards, one white and one black, forcing others to guess which card he would reveal. In the end, however, he had done the unpredictable by taking out a gray card, catching everyone by surprise. Night in God's domain was day in reality. At this moment, Shifeng had already logged off from the game and started training his body. Hence, he had absolutely no idea about the current goings-on in White River City. Ever since Shifeng had moved to his new apartment, the first thing he did after waking up every morning was drink a bottle of nutrient fluids. He would then complete 20 sets of muscle-strengthening exercises and a 10-kilometer morning run. The nutrient fluid is as extraordinary as expected. My current physique should be on the level of a normal member of the school's fighting society. After ending his morning run, Shifeng made a rough estimate of his body's current condition. However, if he wanted a more accurate estimate, he would need to test his abilities in an appropriate training room. After training and strengthening his body these past few days, Shifeng was no longer as frail and thin as he used to be. Currently, Shifeng's body had grown much sturdier, giving others a faint feeling that it was packed with vitality. As usual, after completing his daily workout routine, Shifeng paid a visit to the workshop to check on its current renovation progress. A gaming workshop occupied an entire office floor of such size. In the past, such a notion was simply inconceivable. However, along with God's domain's growing influence, it wouldn't be odd even if a gaming workshop took up an entire office building, not to mention a single floor. In the past, Shadow was one such example. However, the Shadow of that time possessed a lot of members. It had even established 10 great city-states under its name. It was only normal to have such a large workshop. Brother Feng, you're here. The workshop's renovation is complete. We are just waiting for the gaming facilities we ordered to arrive, and we'll set them up. After we finish that, our Zero-Wing workshop will finally take shape, Blackie excitedly said. At that time, those who we recruit to our guild might just join without hesitation after seeing our workshop. A few days ago, Shifeng had suddenly paid a visit to Blackie's dormitory. He notified Blackie that he had already purchased a workshop in the city center. In the future, Blackie would not need to live in the dormitory, disturbed by others. Blackie could simply live in the workshop and focus on playing God's domain. Moreover, there was a high-class restaurant situated a floor below the workshop. The well-known Big Dipper Training Center was also located on the street next to their building. Compared to living in the university's dormitory, it would be far more comfortable for Blackie to live in the workshop. In the beginning, Blackie had thought that the workshop Shifeng had mentioned would only be a house of 50 to 60 square meters. Even so, that would still be a relatively comfortable place to live. However, when Blackie arrived at the building floor and discovered that the entire floor was meant for their workshop, Blackie had nearly thrown out his back in shock. Shortly after, that shock had turned into immense joy. After all, this large workshop of theirs was far more amazing than Shadow's. With such an amazing workshop, would they even need to worry that they couldn't surpass Shadow in the future? Oh right. Blackie, how are things on your side? How much longer do you guys need before getting out of there? Shifeng asked. Chapter 231, Legendary Genius. Blackie and the others had been trapped in the Trial of God for several days now. If they remained inside, Shifeng didn't know when he could go to the demon's castle to obtain the demon's heart. Hence, Shifeng needed to know their current progress. If they were truly unable to leave the trial anytime soon, his only option was to seek Gentle Snow's help. However, he did not want Gentle Snow to know too much about him. Unless it was a desperate situation, he would not turn to gentle snow for help. Right. I totally forgot to tell you since I was so excited about the workshop. Blackie lightly tapped his own head. The matter of the workshop was simply too shocking. He continued, Brother Feng, just where did you find such an expert little sister? She is just too awesome. Originally, we nearly despaired from the difficulty of the trial. However, thanks to her, we all made it through the trial with great ease. Right now, we're about to head to the highest floor to receive our reward. An expert? Little sister? Are you talking about fire dance? Haven't you already seen how amazing she is? Shifeng curiously asked. No, it's not fire dance but Violet. We managed to clear the trial only thanks to her. But really, she is simply too strong. Blackie lamented. At the beginning of the trial, little sister Violet had only healed us from behind. As we progressed, her healing grew better and better, and she was able to grasp the timing of her heals perfectly. However, the monsters in the trial also grew stronger. After some time, we were barely surviving, even with little sister Violet's excellent healing. It was then that she took action. Although her combat standards in the beginning were very crude, as the battles continued, one after another, her combat standards increased endlessly. Within just a day, she had already surpassed Fire Dance. I even felt that the Trial of God was created specifically for little sister Violet. Inside the Trial of God, for every trial we cleared, we would be given an evaluation and an appropriate reward. Meanwhile, ever since little sister Violet took action, she always obtained an evaluation of rank A or above. Her equipment and skills continuously upgraded, and regarding damage output, even though I had the Mavis's guard, I only won against her by a small margin. If little sister Violet also had an epic rank staff, she would have long since left me in the dust. Little sister Violet is the most talented person I have ever met in God's domain. Brother Feng, if you saw her frightening growth rate, you too would be shocked. After having mentioned Violet Cloud, Blackie could not stop his mouth as he talked on and on about her. Blackie spoke as if Violet Cloud were the strongest expert in God's domain, and nobody was above her. Of course, Blackie was speaking about Violet Cloud's innate talent, and not her current strength. After all, Violet Cloud's rate of improvement was simply horrifying. With such an improvement rate, she would sooner or later become the strongest player in God's domain. It's good that you guys passed the trial. However, you shouldn't just pay attention to Violet. Don't forget that you are a cursemancer, while she is a cleric. You also hold an epic ranked staff in your hands. If your damage really does lose to hers, then you're going to have to hand over the Mavis's guard to Violet. Shifeng joked. However, he was truly relieved. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had managed to become a cleric god in the past. Her innate talent was not a sham. However, maybe because Violet Cloud had played a cleric in the past, she had never revealed her true potential during the early stages of the game. However, after leaving Ouroboros, Violet Cloud could no longer depend on her healing to play God's domain, as she only had herself to rely on in battles. Hence, she started to display her frightening talent. Similar to the current situation in the Trial of God, healing alone was not enough. Hence, Violet Cloud had no choice but to engage in battle as well, inadvertently revealing her explosive talent. Maybe she is one of the legendary geniuses, Shifeng sighed. In the past, although his techniques were good, when compared to Violet Cloud, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had become a cleric god. However, Shifeng would no longer waste his time in this life. He would not ignore training his body. Currently, the workshop could accommodate up to several hundred people. Moreover, there were also private rooms meant for upper management. Furniture of superior quality decorated these private rooms, and just the cost of a single set would have left Shifeng's past self in awe. Aside from the private rooms, Shifeng had also set up a workout room that allowed one to carry out some simple exercises. God's Domain was not just any random game where players could become a tyrant by pulling a few all-nighters. If one wanted to campaign in God's Domain, they needed to prepare for a long and arduous war. Hence, players in God's Domain needed to balance both work and rest, and most importantly, train their bodies if they wanted to succeed. Brother Feng, the university's fellowship party is the day after tomorrow. Should we buy a luxury car and drive there? At that time, I want to see just who would dare look down on our zero-wing workshop. Blackie said excitedly. I'll pass on the luxury car. I cannot afford such a thing right now. Shifeng shook his head as he laughed. Although Shifeng had similarly thought of buying a luxury car to keep up appearances, he was currently tight on money. He still owed a large sum of credits. It would be better to take a more pragmatic approach. Following which, Shifeng and Blackie spent the entire day putting up the finishing touches to the workshop. The remaining problem they faced was the lack of members. They needed to recruit a large number of new members with potential. When night arrived in the real world, Shifeng entered God's domain once more. Shortly after leaving the forging room, a low ring sounded by Shifeng's ears. It was the alert tone that signified the arrival of a system message. However, the alert did not end at just that once. The ringing persisted for a long time, and only stopped after over 10 minutes had passed. With a headache, Shifeng called up the message interface. Immediately, several thousand messages appeared on his display, and all of these messages had been sent to his alternate ID, Black Flame. Shifeng then took a look at these messages. All of them were from people attempting to purchase the basic mana armor kits. Moreover, aside from the players in White River City, even the guilds from other cities were trying to contact him. However, Shifeng simply revealed a smile at these messages, as he had already achieved his goal. Fame. Not Starstreak's fame, but Black Flame's. Moreover, as long as he had the basic mana armor kit, Starstreak Trading Firm's business would not sour. According to Anna's latest report, the Starstreak Trading Firm had earned over 900 gold per day. However, this was only the beginning. As they increased the number of forgers and potion makers under their command, their daily production rate would also increase. As a result, the money they earned would similarly increase. It was only a matter of time before they managed to earn 30,000 gold. However, there was still a far more important matter that Shifeng needed to deal with right now. Hence, Shifeng immediately contacted Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, can I ask you for some help? I wish to buy a few advanced whetstone recipes from you, Shifeng asked. The drop rate for the advanced whetstone recipe is extremely low, and even Ouroboros has only managed to procure several copies. Since we are old acquaintances, I can sell a few to you. However, I want to conduct the trade using basic mana armor kits. Gentle Snow revealed a smile. She rejoiced at the fact that Black Flame came to her for help. If so, she could just directly request to exchange for the basic mana armor kits. Ever since the basic mana armor kits were revealed to the public, she immediately had her subordinates conduct an investigation on the item. However, they promptly discovered something unusual. It did not drop from anywhere at all. It seemed to be a special forging design obtained through a quest, so there was no way for others to obtain it at all. Hence, if they wanted to obtain any mana armor kits, they could only obtain them from Black Flame himself. Alright, but I wonder how Miss Snow plans to exchange. One advanced whetstone recipe for 20 mana armor kits. I can trade 3 copies with you. Deal. You can send one of your subordinates to conduct the trade at the Starstreak Trading Firm. Shifeng did not hesitate to accept Gentle Snow's high price. After they agreed upon the transaction, Shifeng disconnected the call. He then took the mana armor kits he had just finished producing to the Starstreak Trading Firm. Shifeng intended for Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile to learn these advanced whetstone recipes. After all, he still had many matters of his own that he needed to deal with. He couldn't just forge items all day. In the future, the Horizon Alliance's main strength would still have to depend on them. Thus he purchased those recipes. Brother Feng, we're out of the trials. When do we head to the Demon's Castle? Shortly after Shifeng had finished dealing with his own matters, Blackie's message arrived. Chapter 232, Returning from the Trial. At this moment, Several figures suddenly appeared in the teleportation hall of White River City. Ha! We're finally out of that suffocating place. There are so many players in White River City. Of course. We've been stuck in that broken place for so many days now. The conversation of these new figures resounded throughout the teleportation hall. And these players were none other than Fire Dance and the others who had just returned from the Trial of Gods. The moment they set foot out of the teleportation hall, the group immediately attracted the attention of many players. The equipment Fire Dance and the others wore was simply too dazzling, nearly blinding all observers. Even the elite team members of first-rate guilds were not immune. After all, among the 8 members of the team, the poorest quality equipment they wore was mysterious iron rank. Meanwhile, out of everyone in the party, the cleric, Violet Cloud, had the best quality equipment. Although she did not have any set equipment, she still had 6 pieces of secret silver equipment and a fine gold-ranked staff. No matter how one looked at it, Violet Cloud's equipment far surpassed that of any member of a guild's main force. Moreover, such magnificent equipment decorated Violet Cloud's slender and elegant body, making her look even more stunning than usual. She looked like an angel descending to the mortal realm, simply breathtaking. Aside from a beauty like Violet Cloud, there was another female member of the party who was equally beautiful. Garbed in a flame-red, tight-fitting leather shirt, the sexiness of Fire Dance's polished body was further accentuated. With 2 exquisite beauties present, the team of 8 would naturally attract a lot of attention. As a result, many of the teams present, who were originally about to set out to a dungeon, crowded around Fire Dance and the others. They sent Fire Dance invitations, one after another, requesting Fire Dance and her team to join them in raiding a 20-man team dungeon. Having a powerful cleric like Violet Cloud would significantly increase their chances of success. Moreover, aside from Violet Cloud, the Guardian Knight, Kola, also had superb equipment. If these experts were willing to do them a favor, they could easily gain a few pieces of top-tier equipment. Unfortunately, their beautiful dreams were doomed from the start as Fire Dance rejected them all without hesitation. We've fallen pretty far behind in levels. After we replenish our necessities, let's go level up, Fire Dance said, speaking in the team chat, completely ignoring the hungry gazes of the surrounding players. Nobody in the team opposed her suggestion. After getting along with each other for several days, Fire Dance had already become the core of the team. Everyone had especially acknowledged Fire Dance's ability to command. Simply put, if it were not for Fire Dance's leadership, they would not have survived the trial of God. Just when Fire Dance and the others were about to head to the Starstreak trading firm to purchase some recovery items, over a dozen players walked towards them. Although these players did not possess a guild emblem on their characters, they were clearly not a team to be underestimated. Even though the shield warrior leading this team was a man with an emaciated face and thin body, his appearance could not overshadow the keenness of his gaze. Moreover, this man currently wore a complete level 10 mysterious iron set equipment, in addition to a secret silver-ranked shield and one-handed sword. Possessing such items was a clear proof of his strength. While Fire Dance and the others were shocked by the equipment and strength of the team moving towards them, the team in question was similarly shocked by Fire Dance and the others. Crap! Who is that little sister? She actually has 6 pieces of secret silver equipment on her. I'm not seeing things right? Smuggled goods, I look down upon you. You're actually only paying attention to the girl's body. Can't you see the weapon the cleric girl has? Also, look at that vulgar-looking Cursemancer's staff. It should be secret silver rank or stronger. Scram. I have no interests in flat chests. I am obviously talking about the hot little sister standing next to the cleric. Although the Guardian Knight of Fire Dance's team was lacking compared to their own MT, their cleric and Cursemancer were obviously much worse than the 2 before them. Moreover, the 2 teams were similar in that they both were independent teams and neither belonged to the main force of a guild. In White River City, where guilds occupied most of the important resource points, it was a rare sight for an independent team to possess such top-tier equipment. So, how could they not attract attention? Hello, I am Werewolf, team leader of the Holy Grail Knights. The emaciated man, Wolf, took the initiative to introduce himself to Fire Dance. Zero Wings team leader Fire Dance replied, her interest to befriend this new team growing. Shifeng had passed the management of the team to Fire Dance, and Fire Dance knew Shifeng had done so due to his trust in her. She did not wish to betray that trust. Hence, taking their future guild into consideration, as the manager of the team, she naturally had to think of a way to expand and strengthen the team. Meanwhile, the foreign team before her was clearly a formidable independent team. She felt their leader, Wolf, was more than he appeared. Although she had never fought with him before, she knew that he was one of the rarely seen apex experts. If she had to PK against Wolf, she would not have any advantage against him. If she could recruit such an expert and team into their guild, they would have no worries when raiding large-scale team dungeons in the future. Fire Dance. Wolf was slightly surprised when he heard this name. He then said, "So you're Fire Dance, the earliest player to get first place on White River City's ranking list? How fortunate to meet you." Wolf's evaluation of Fire Dance rose even higher after learning the news. Aside from Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, Fire Dance's imposing aura was likely the most powerful of all the female players he had met. Moreover, Fire Dance was also an independent player. "I was just lucky." Fire Dance smiled as she said, "I see that team leader Wolf is about to go dungeon diving." "That's right. We're currently about to raid the level 12 Frost Nest," Wolf revealed. "Is Miss Fire Dance interested in joining us?" The Frost Nest was a level 12, 20-man team dungeon. Currently, aside from the main force of the major guilds, no other team possessed the strength to challenge such a dungeon. "Thank you for your kind offer, but we still have our own matters to attend. We will definitely join you if we have the chance in the future." Fire Dance immediately rejected Wolf's offer. Shifeng had previously instructed them to raise their levels as he still had some important matters to deal with. If they entered a dungeon right now, their leveling speed would suffer, and they might even lose some EXP. Hence, Fire Dance chose to reject the offer without a second thought. "That's truly unfortunate. Let's add each other as friends, Miss Fire Dance. If we have a chance to raid a large-scale team dungeon together in the future, we can contact each other more conveniently." Wolf sent Fire Dance a friend request. Since Fire Dance was also an expert of God's domain, common equipment would not satisfy her. Yet, to obtain high-quality equipment, aside from killing Lord-ranked field bosses and completing special quests, the only other option was raiding a team dungeon or a large-scale team dungeons. However, an independent team was different from guild members. The teams were loosely formed, and the strength of the members usually varied. If an independent team relied solely on themselves, they would have no way of clearing a large-scale team dungeon. Hence, independent teams needed to cooperate with one another. Only by combining the strength of multiple independent teams would they have a chance of raiding a 50-man or above large-scale team dungeon. Yet, not just any independent teams would be fit for the task. A sufficiently strong independent team was necessary. Otherwise, entering a large-scale team dungeon would be suicide. Hence, Wolf planned to befriend powerful independent teams. If they had powerful allies, they would have a much easier time raiding large-scale team dungeons. Just as Fire Dance and Wolf added each other as friends, Shifeng had arrived at Blackwing City. He had come to conduct his third business transaction with Aqua Rose. This time, however, Shifeng had not brought a lot of the level 10 equipment and weapons he had forged. Now that the majority of the players in God's domain were over level 10, these items were no longer as valuable as they were before. Hence, Shifeng did not produce many of them. Instead, he prepared something better, something that could even attract the attention of first-rate guilds. In addition, the Blackwing auction house was holding an auction today. To any wealthy player, this was a chance that must not be missed, including Shifeng, who currently possessed enormous wealth. However, after Shifeng had arrived at the appointed restaurant, Aqua Rose did not show up, even after a long time had passed. Instead, a pot-bellied man resembling Methreya walked over, and quietly sat opposite of Shifeng. With a gentle and elegant smile he said, "Hello there, Master Black Flame. As Miss Aqua has some urgent matters to attend to today, she has sent me to represent her in this transaction. Miss Aqua expresses her sincerest apologies." Chapter 233, Astronomical Transaction. Miss Aqua has some urgent matters? Shifeng was slightly surprised. That's right. Although I cannot reveal to your excellency what those matters are, I, Joking Scholar, can represent Miss Aqua in conducting the transaction with you. However, Shifeng did not believe him. Every time he and Aqua Rose completed a transaction, both sides would gain massive profits. Logically speaking, there should be nothing more important than this matter. Even if Aqua Rose truly had an urgent matter, she should have at least notified him beforehand. However, Aqua Rose had not. Shifeng carefully observed this Mithria-like person. Although he appeared absolutely harmless, his body exuded a sense of shrewdness that spoke of vast experience in the business world. Virtual reality. In this realistic world, regarding a player's expressions or demeanor, both would be fully displayed on their characters. With over a decade of experience campaigning in God's domain, Shifeng could immediately perceive the delight and panic hidden behind those beady little eyes. Since Miss Aqua has some matters to deal with, let us postpone our business transaction till next time then. Shifeng smiled calmly before standing up, saying, "I still have some matters that I need to attend to, so I'll leave first." Hearing that Shifeng had no intention to continue the trade and intended to leave, Mithria's facial expression immediately changed. A hint of panic appeared in his friendly smile when Shifeng stood. "Master Black Flame, don't be in such a rush. Although Miss Aqua is absent, Twilight Echo sincerely desires this trade's success. We are willing to pay 30% more than the previously mentioned price." Joking Scholar hurriedly stood and held back Shifeng. 30%? It seems that you guys really are sincere about this. Shifeng halted his steps, smiling. He then turned to face the panicked Mithria, saying, "Since you've already made the offer, let us negotiate the price." Of course. Joking Scholar hurriedly nodded his head, once more revealing his friendly smile. Following which, the two sat and resumed their business transaction. "Do you have what I asked of Miss Aqua the last time?" Shifeng asked. "Master Black Flame, please have a look." Joking Scholar retrieved several ore bags. Hard stones and rare forging materials filled the majority of these bags. Moreover, aside from taking out 5 400 slot ore bags, which were the largest ore bags currently available to players, he had also taken out a black leather bag. There were many runes carved on the exterior of this bag, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item with just a glance. It is as expected of Twilight Echo. They even have a runic ore bag. Shifeng was inwardly shocked. The runic ore bag was a mysterious iron-grade ore bag. It had a massive capacity of 1,200 slots, 4 times that of a common grade ore bag. However, this item was not easy to obtain. Only Lord-ranked bosses in mines had a chance of dropping this item. Compared to the previous encounter, this transaction would be far larger. Joking Scholar had prepared over 2,000 stacks of hard stones, 300 stacks of fine iron ore, 400 stacks of silver ore, and 200 stacks of mithril oregon. Furthermore, there were also 100 stacks of gold ore, which was currently unavailable in Starmoon Kingdom. Just how much manpower and resources had they spent in the process of gathering such a large amount of precious ores? This was precisely the strength of a first-rate guild. It was not something a normal guild could compare to. Good, everything that I requested is here. Deducting all these ores, if we factor in the 30% increase in price you previously mentioned, you just need to pay me an additional 120 million credits. Shifeng took out a letter that had been encrypted by the system and placed it on the table. Only a specified person could open this letter, and outsiders had no way to discover its contents. When Joking Scholar heard the price of 120 million credits, his smiling expression immediately froze. He had nearly spat the black tea that was in his mouth, the teacup in his hand nearly falling to the ground due to his trembling. The 120 million credits is the price of this encrypted letter. Joking Scholar looked at the white envelope on the table, his facial expression turning extraordinarily ugly. His previously beady eyes abruptly widened as he sent a chilling glare at Shifeng, coldly saying, "Master Black Flame, aren't you going a little too overboard? We of Twilight Echo have come here with the sincerest intentions to conduct business with you. Are you looking down on Twilight Echo? Or do you not take Miss Aqua seriously?" No matter how stupid Joking Scholar was, he knew that no transaction in God's domain could currently achieve such a frightening cost. That was 120 million credits. Not 120 million hell money. Such an amount was sufficient for a normal person to live the rest of their life in luxury. Even Joking Scholar himself would not earn such an amount in this lifetime. The only possibility was that Shifeng was toying with him, or that Shifeng had already found out that he was a fake. However, as a preventive measure, he still used Aqua Rose's name to warn Shifeng. Shifeng calmly smiled at this Methrya's reaction. He paid no mind to Joking Scholar's chilling and threatening gaze, unhurriedly saying, "How could you say such a thing? Weren't you the one that suggested for the 30% increase in price? I've fully followed our previous agreement, and have brought what that Miss Aqua requested. Could Miss Aqua have forgotten to tell you about it? Or is it because you are fake?" A chilling light suddenly flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he loudly questioned, "You?" At this moment, Joking Scholar gnashed his teeth in anger. Shifeng had clearly pretended to be the fool here. Yet he could not just reveal Shifeng's act. "Master Black Flame, of course, I was sent here by Miss Aqua. Please stop trying to probe me. Miss Rose never agreed to this." Joking Scholar was no fool. He thought that Shifeng was currently trying to probe him, so he quickly cooled his temper. "Probe? What reason would I have to probe you?" Shifeng smiled as he said, "I am very serious. If Aqua Rose didn't mention such an important agreement to you and you have no knowledge of it, then it seems you are indeed a fake. If that is so, then I am truly sorry. Our business transaction ends here." Saying so, Shifeng stood and prepared to leave. Joking Scholar immediately panicked. He could no longer discern whether Shifeng's words were true or not. In the beginning, he thought Shifeng was trying to swindle him. Now, however, it would seem that his previous preconception might be wrong. Have I really guessed wrong? Was this letter actually what they intended to trade? Joking Scholar felt that his brain was no longer sufficient to process this matter. He could not see through Shifeng at all. Previously, Shifeng had expressed immense interest in continuing the trade. Now, however, Shifeng was about to leave after scoffing. Just what was he supposed to do? Joking Scholar had personally witnessed the benefits Aqua Rose had obtained through her transactions with Shifeng. If Twilight Echo could periodically conduct similar trades with Shifeng, and obtain such immense profits every time, the other first-rate guilds in their kingdom would have no chance to compete with them. They would become the tyrant of their kingdom. Just by becoming the lord of a city, the benefits that ensued were enough to attract the world-class corporation's investments. Not to mention receiving a few hundred million, they could even receive tens of billions of credits. If Twilight Echo could become the tyrant of a kingdom, they could receive investments from over 10 major corporations. The credits they could earn were unimaginable. In comparison, the 120 million credit transaction right now could be considered negligible. However, 120 million credits was not pocket change either. Moreover, their guild had only obtained the many ores before him through the painstaking work. If they gave them all to Shifeng, the losses would be mind-blowing. Of course, if such a powerful benefit were truly available, it could greatly assist Twilight Echo in elevating its current position, becoming the tyrant of the capital city. However, Joking Scholar could not see past Shifeng's thoughts at all. He did not know whether Shifeng had the sincerity to continue their current cooperation. With his status, he did not dare make this gamble. "Master Black Flame, please wait a minute." Maybe Miss Aqua has forgotten to mention this to me. I'll have to ask Miss Aqua about this before making a decision. If there truly are no problems, then the 120 million credits and these materials will all be yours. Joking Scholar decided to hold Shifeng back for now. He needed to report this matter to his superiors and let them decide what to do. That way, he won't have to take responsibility for this matter. Chapter 234. While the priest climbs a post, the devil climbs 10. Naturally, Shifeng could not just walk away after hearing Joking Scholar's words. Although he did not know what had happened to Aqua Rose, if he could swindle so many materials and credits, he would make a huge profit. Fine. I'll give you 1 minute. I'm in a hurry. Shifeng swept a glance at the clock displayed on the system interface. There were still 2 hours before the auction started at the Blackwing City auction house. If he missed this chance, he would have to wait for several more days before the next. Since a lot was at stake, Joking Scholar dared not waste any more time. He immediately sent a message to his superior, awaiting the decision. After waiting for half a minute or so, Joking Scholar received a reply. Joking Scholar immediately felt his mood refresh when he read the reply. Master Black Flame, Miss Aqua has said that, due to the transaction being of such magnitude, if we are to conduct this trade, we need to verify the item that you have provided. Of course, I will preside over this verification. If there truly are no problems, we will immediately transfer the money to you. Joking Scholar confidently informed Shifeng. That won't do. If you guys get a look at the contents of this letter, then the information inside will no longer have any value. What if you decide not to pay me? Wouldn't I take a huge loss instead? Unless you give me the money first, I will not let you look at the contents. Shifeng sneered. Since Twilight Echo doesn't have any sincerity in continuing this trade, so be it. Contrary to Joking Scholar's belief, the information inside the encrypted letter was the real deal. It could instantly promote a large guild to the next level. The information was especially useful to a first-rate guild. Of course, this information would not actually sell for an astronomical price of 120 million credits. Since he had cooperated with Aqua Rose in the past, he would not betray her and cooperate with someone else. Hence, he had only mentioned such an astronomical price to play with Joking Scholar. Master Black Flame, we are very sincere in this matter. If you continue responding to our sincerity in such a way, we can only take it as you toying with Twilight Echo. None who attempt to make fools of Twilight Echo find a good ending. If Master Black Flame doesn't want a misunderstanding, please let me take a look at the information contained in the letter. As long as there are no problems, then based on Twilight Echo's credibility, we certainly will not go back on our word and ruin our own reputation. Although Joking Scholar spoke with an amicable tone, he did not try to hide the cold glint in his eyes in the least. Are you threatening me? Shifeng's tone turned cold as he said. Although Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild, don't think that I, Black Flame, am someone you can easily mess around with. Since this matter has reached this point, our cooperation ends right here and now. Shifeng immediately left the restaurant, leaving behind a dumbfounded Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar never thought Shifeng would react so decisively. In his opinion, Black Flame was only a forger. How could he possibly dare call shots with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo? Hence, Joking Scholar decided to threaten him. Yet, Shifeng had not reacted as he had expected at all. So much so that his threat had yielded the exact opposite effect he had wanted. The higher-ups of the guild had tasked him with maintaining the current business relationship they had with Black Flame. If there were a possibility, the best-case scenario would be to recruit Black Flame into Twilight Echo. How abominable! This Black Flame is simply impervious to reason. Joking Scholar had originally intended to hold Shifeng back once more. However, doing so was simply too humiliating. After speaking those decisive words, if he had to suddenly change his tone and try to ingratiate himself with Shifeng, he simply could not do it. He is definitely toying with me. That's the only plausible reason why he isn't willing to show me the contents of that letter. Immediately after, Joking Scholar contacted his superior. "Scholar, how did it go?" A dignified tone came through the communicator. "Boss, that black flame rejected our proposal." "He refused to let me take a look at the letter's contents. However, I am very sure that he is trying to play us for fools." "There is nothing important in the letter," Scholar confidently assured. "I understand. Although it is slightly unfortunate, Black Flame has also given us some enlightenment. Since Black Flame is unwilling to do business with us, we can just look for someone else. I hear that Starmoon Kingdom, where Black Flame is from, should be in dire need of ores. Look for a powerful guild from Starmoon Kingdom at Blackwing City. I believe that they should be very willing to cooperate with us." "Yes, boss." Currently, Joking Scholar felt exhilarated. "Black Flame, did you really think that you are so amazing? Once I sell these ores to some other guild in Starmoon Kingdom, we'll see if you can still survive there." Soon after, Joking Scholar had departed from the restaurant as well. He started looking for a new business partner from Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, after Shifeng left the restaurant, he immediately changed his appearance using the demon mask. He had long since waited for Joking Scholar's departure. Although Shifeng did not intend to do business with Joking Scholar, that would not stop him from swindling the man. After all, it was not easy for him to obtain so many ores. Moreover, it was not his style to just let Joking Scholar escape. Previously, he had used the appearance of Black Flame, so he could not swindle those ores from him. However, now that he had changed his appearance, even if he swindled Joking Scholar, he would be fine as long as he immediately donned a new appearance. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of wealth and manpower to procure the ores. If they failed to sell them, keeping those ores for their own use instead, they would need over 10 days to exhaust such a large supply fully. Twilight Echo could not bear such a heavy cost. After all, these ores could not increase their guild's battle prowess. They could only do so by turning these materials into currency. However, if they wished to turn these ores into money, they had to sell them to a guild that was in dire need of ores. As for independent players, they simply had no way to deplete such a stock. No. Unless they paid with credits, even a first-rate guild could not afford so many ores. However, would Twilight Echo lack credits? That's right, they didn't lack credits. If they could spend credits to purchase a large amount of gold coins, they would have spent several 100 million credits without hesitation. However, the main god system had not activated an exchange system for coins. As for the virtual trade center, there was simply not enough gold coins to satisfy their demands. Most importantly, if they purchased gold coins in bulk, their actions would inflate the prices of gold coins endlessly, and doing so was not a worthwhile investment. This was also one of the reasons why large guilds normally would not purchase gold coins in bulk. If Twilight Echo could not sell these ores quickly, it would wound the guild's development. However, it would not be an easy task to find a business partner willing to purchase so many ores. The only possibility they had was to look for a guild from Starmoon Kingdom. As long as Twilight Echo investigated, they would immediately discover that Black Flame was from Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the fact that Black Flame purchased so many forging materials proved that Starmoon Kingdom was in dire need. As long as the upper echelon of Twilight Echo had brains, they would naturally look for someone from Starmoon Kingdom to cooperate with. Unfortunately, Twilight Echo had miscalculated one point. It was not easy to obtain the pass required to enter Blackwing City. Even for a large guild, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort to obtain one. Not to mention, the majority of the guilds and players in Starmoon Kingdom didn't even know about the existence of Blackwing City. Quite some time had passed since the launch of God's Domain. However, the players from Starmoon Kingdom who could enter Blackwing City were among the extreme minority. It went without saying there were even fewer players who could afford so many ores. An hour quickly passed with Shifeng trailing Joking Scholar. Sure enough, Joking Scholar failed to find even a single player from Starmoon Kingdom. The majority of the players he met were independent players from other kingdoms and empires. Even when he met players belonging to guilds, these players were not part of their guild's backbone. Most importantly, none of these players had any interest in Twilight Echo's ores. This situation depressed Joking Scholar. He wondered just why he could not meet any players from Starmoon Kingdom. It would be fine even if it were even an independent player. At this moment, Shifeng took on Lone Tyrant's appearance using the demon mask, and he walked towards Joking Scholar casually. Chapter 235, Extreme Squeezing. Shifeng's disguise looked extremely similar to the real deal. Moreover, the equipment he wore had also changed appearance. He now wore a complete secret silver set equipment. On his back, he carried the fine gold ranked blood-red longsword and blood-red cross shield. Not to mention the guild leader of a second-rate guild. Even the guild leader of a first-rate guild would find it difficult to obtain equipment as dazzling as Shifeng's. In addition, Shifeng had completely replicated Lone Tyrant's arrogant air, creating a vivid image of the guild leader. Right now, even if someone familiar with Lone Tyrant stood before Shifeng, they could not tell whether he was the real Lone Tyrant or not. The players that walked past Shifeng involuntarily found their heads turning towards him. Both envy and admiration filled the gazes they sent his way. The glowing effect of a fine gold weapon had nearly blinded their eyes. At this moment, Joking Scholar was still blindly searching the streets for his target, a gloomy expression portrayed on his face. However, when his eyes landed on Lone Tyrant, who was Shifeng in disguise, his eyes flashed with a glint of excitement. His equipment. Not even our guild leader compares to him. The guild he belongs to must be very powerful. I hope he is a player from Starmoon Kingdom. Joking Scholar made a silent prayer as he walked towards Shifeng. Hello. I am Joking Scholar of Twilight Echo. May I ask if your excellency comes from Starmoon Kingdom? Joking Scholar asked in anticipation. Are your eyes a decoration? Of course I am from Starmoon Kingdom. If you don't even know who I am, why are you even playing God's domain? Shifeng arrogantly scoffed. Contrary to expectations, not only did Shifeng's scolding fail to anger Joking Scholar, but it had also made him rejoice. Immediately, Joking Scholar used an identification skill on Shifeng. Lone Tyrant. Affiliated Guild Dark Star. After reading Shifeng's basic information, Joking Scholarly immediately started a search through the official forums for information. Very quickly, Joking Scholar uncovered most of the information available about Lone Tyrant, and his mood instantly lifted higher than before. How careless of me. I did not expect to meet the well-renowned guild leader Lone Tyrant of Starmoon Kingdom. I wonder if your excellency would be interested in purchasing some ores? Joking Scholar spoke unhurriedly. However, Shifeng inwardly smiled at Joking Scholar's words. Just as he had guessed, Joking Scholar was in a hurry to get rid of the ores in his hands. Ores? Are you looking down on our guild? Shifeng angrily demanded. Guild leader Tyrant has misunderstood me. Of course, I know that your excellency does not lack materials. Joking Scholar calmly said. However, what about the other guilds in Starmoon Kingdom? If guild leader Tyrant can sell a large number of ores to those guilds at a low price, wouldn't your excellency make a huge profit? At this moment, Shifeng faked an interested expression. Guild leader Tyrant, after the recent update of God's domain, fighting monsters places a huge toll on a weapon's durability. Hence, I believe that every guild would be very interested in whetstones. Meanwhile, the main material needed to produce whetstones is hard stones. I just happen to have plenty of hard stones with me right now, and I can sell all of them to your excellency at a very low price, Joking Scholar hurriedly said. Cheap hard stones. Shifeng appeared even more interested now, saying, Speak then. I can sell these hard stones to your excellency at a price of 10 silver coins a stack. Similarly, I can also sell the other ores I have with me for much cheaper than those found in Starmoon Kingdom, Joking Scholar offered confidently. You call 10 silver coins per stack cheap? Are you trying to toy with me? Do you think I have so much time to waste on you? Shifeng growled. I will pay at most 5 silver coins a stack. Otherwise, we do not need to continue this conversation. Your Excellency, I know how much hardstones sell for in Star Moon Kingdom. Normally, each stack can sell for 11 to 12 silver coins. By reselling the hardstones Your Excellency buys from me, Your Excellency can still make an effortless 1 to 2 silver coins. Moreover, the amount of hardstones I have with me is by no means small. They can allow Your Excellency to make an immense profit. Joking Scholar had done his homework, thoroughly researching the prices of ores in Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, Joking Scholar felt confident that Lone Tyrant was interested in buying the hardstones. Lone Tyrant was simply trying to lower the prices to maximize his profits. 12 silver coins? Shifeng disdainfully said. That was the price 2 days ago. Now that everyone's level is higher, the available locations they can farm hardstones from has also increased. It is absolutely impossible to sell them at such a high price anymore. I'll repeat myself one more time. 5 silver coins a stack. If you don't want to sell, then so be it. Immediately, Joking Scholar grew flustered at Shifeng's words. Indeed, he had investigated the ore prices in Star Moon Kingdom 2 days ago. Moreover, just as Shifeng had said, players' levels rose constantly. Not only would the drop rate of hardstones from monsters increase, but players could also obtain quite a number from mining ores. Take the hardstones Twilight Echo had gathered, for example. Twilight Echo had previously paid around 3 to 4 silver coins per stack while gathering the hardstones. If they sold them for only 5 silver coins a stack to Shifeng, they wouldn't make a huge profit. Your Excellency drives a hard bargain. How about this? What do you think about 8 silver coins a stack? Joking Scholar probed. Scram. If you're not going to sell them, then forget it. Shifeng pretended to grow angry. Although Shifeng stated that the prices of hardstones had fallen, the prices in White River City had not decreased by much. Each stack could still sell for around 11 silver coins right now. However, Shifeng was in no hurry. He knew that Twilight Echo was deeply afraid of keeping the hardstones and having their value depreciate as time passed. Such a loss could greatly hamper Twilight Echo's growth, letting the other guilds surpass them. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. How about 7 silver coins per stack? Joking Scholar hurriedly bargained when he noticed Shifeng about to walk away. However, his offer failed to halt Shifeng's steps. All right, 6 silver coins. I can't lower the price any further than that. Joking Scholar felt helpless at Shifeng's unyielding attitude. However, it was simply too difficult to find players from Star Moon Kingdom in Blackwing City. It was especially true for a guild leader like Lone Tyrant. If Joking Scholar could not sell these hardstones as quickly as possible, their value would continue to depreciate. However, reality was cruel. Shifeng did not halt his steps at all. Joking Scholar started to panic now. He hurriedly ran to stop Shifeng, saying in an urgent tone, Your Excellency, are you really not going to consider it? 6 silver coins is already a very low price. You can't find such an offer anywhere else. Can't find. Shifeng smiled. Although Star Moon Kingdom ranked above average among kingdoms that produced herbs, regarding mineral production, Star Moon Kingdom ranked below average. Thus, the mineral supply in Star Moon Kingdom lacked constantly. However, not every kingdom and empire was in a similar situation to the Star Moon Kingdom. Immediately, Shifeng loudly yelled, selling hardstones for 6 silver coins a stack. You definitely can't find a price lower than this. Shifeng's actions dumbfounded Joking Scholar. However, many players on the street sent gazes of contempt towards Shifeng. Stop joking around. You call 6 silver coins a stack cheap? Even 5 silver 30 coppers is expensive where I come from. If you want to purchase in bulk, I can sell them to you at 5 silver coins a stack. Ah. I nearly died from laughter just now. Many players on the street started laughing at Shifeng. However, the one who was truly embarrassed was Joking Scholar. At this moment, he felt so ashamed that he could not even raise his head to face Shifeng. His absolute confidence from before had returned to slap him in the face. Moreover, someone had already made an offer of 5 silver coins per stack. Nothing could have a more powerful impact than this. How about it? Didn't you say that your hard stones were the cheapest? Didn't you say that I absolutely couldn't find a lower price than yours? Shifeng snorted as he asked. Why is everyone offering me a lower price then? Did you really think that I am a fool? This is a misunderstanding. Really? Joking Scholar hurriedly said, just like your excellency suggested before. How about 5 silver coins a stack? Too late. I'll offer at best 2 silver coins now. Before, I had only casually asked around on the street, and already, someone has offered me a price of 5 silver coins. If I ask even more people, I might even find a cheaper offer than that. There are plenty of kingdoms rich in ores. Shifeng smiled contemptuously. Chapter 236, Mysterious NPC. Shifeng's offer this time truly shocked Joking Scholar. However, Joking Scholar knew that it was no longer possible for him to sell the forging materials for a good price. At this moment, Joking Scholar had finally realized that making money in Blackwing City was not an easy task. Although Blackwing City provided players with various opportunities, the competition here was more intense than any other city in God's domain. The players in Blackwing City came from various kingdoms and empires, and each one of these kingdoms and empires had their own specialties. Although Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild, they held no advantage whatsoever in this city. Even the forging materials they were so proud of held no advantage in this city. Joking Scholar honestly wondered how Aqua Rose had managed to make so much money from her trips to Blackwing City. Your Excellency, can you give me some time? After all, the price you offered is simply too low. I need to consult with my superiors before making a decision. Joking Scholar persuaded Shifeng. Fine. It just so happens that I need to purchase some items. We'll meet up in this plaza in 30 minutes. Shifeng nodded. The two promptly added each other as friends. After parting, Shifeng immediately walked into an empty alley. The reason he had offered an extremely low price of 2 silver coins was to force Joking Scholar to contact his superiors. More importantly, he had done so to part with Joking Scholar. Otherwise, he would have no way of realizing his plan. After walking into the alley, Shifeng immediately used the 7 Luminaries crystal and returned to White River City. He then rushed to the bank, retrieving several hundred stacks of hard stones and other ores, before using the 7 Luminaries crystal again to travel to Blackwing City. Afterward, Shifeng looked for a dark, narrow alley. Glancing at his surroundings and making sure that he had not been followed, Shifeng changed into a new appearance again. This time, he disguised himself as an old man with white hair. He then donned a black hooded cloak and changed his name to Carlos. Aside from his name, he had concealed his information. That should be about it. Shifeng examined his disguise. Regarding outward appearance or temperament, both looked extremely mysterious. Moreover, his body also exuded a frightening aura. He did not look like a player at all. After confirming that there were no problems with his disguise, Shifeng walked towards a relatively populated street. On the street, he discovered a relatively well-equipped guardian knight, and without hesitation, he walked towards this guardian knight. While he walked past this man, Shifeng pretended to accidentally bump into him, knocking the man down to the ground. Originally, the guardian knight was enraged from being knocked down. However, just before he started cursing, he noticed that the old man before him had a shockingly powerful aura, so much so that he could feel his own body trembling slightly before this elder. Immediately, he used an identification skill on this old man, and found out that the old man was called Carlos. Meanwhile, any remaining information about the old man displayed as unknown. In God's domain, there were only 2 scenarios that resulted in an unknown return from an identification skill. One was when the targeted player used a special item to conceal their information, while the other was due to a large gap in strength. In both cases, a normal identification skill would not suffice to determine the target's information. Meanwhile, the old man before him was clearly not a player, but an NPC. Hence, the guardian knight determined that the old man named Carlos was very powerful. Afraid that he would earn the ire of this mysterious NPC and get himself killed, the guardian knight immediately swallowed his words. "Young man, are you all right?" Shifeng spoke in a dignified tone, casting an overlooking gaze at the guardian knight. "No, there are no problems at all," the guardian knight hurriedly said. "It's good that you're all right. However, it is still my fault for bumping into you. As compensation, you can come to my place to purchase items in the future. I will sell them to you at a discount," Shifeng said. Immediately, he started walking towards a nearby alleyway. Could my luck have come? The guardian knight reacted quickly as he immediately followed Shifeng into the alleyway. Shifeng was shrouded in mystery, and the aura he exuded was extremely frightening. Coupling that with the fact that he had bumped into a player, he would naturally attract the attention of many players on the street. Although Shifeng's words had not been loud, many of the surrounding players had clearly heard him. There were countless fortuitous encounters in God's domain. It was especially so for a place like Blackwing City. It was not strange for players to purchase some rare items from a hidden NPC. The elderly man before them was such a powerful NPC. It would not be odd for him to sell some powerful, rare item. So, how could they possibly miss out on such a good opportunity? Hence, every player on the street followed Shifeng and the guardian knight. Damn! Why are there so many people following us? The guardian knight felt depressed when he noticed the crowd of players trailing behind him and the old man. However, his feet did not stop as he continued after Shifeng. Meanwhile, when Shifeng noticed the large number of players following him, his lips curled into a smile. He had already achieved his goal. Soon after, Shifeng led the crowd of players past the street where Joking Scholar was. As Joking Scholar had only needed to notify his superiors about the current situation, he had not wandered too far from his original location. Naturally, he also noticed the strange sight of a crowd of players following a mysterious old man. Hence, he hurried after one of the players trailing Shifeng. After making a short inquiry, Joking Scholar learned the reason for this strange situation. His face lit up with joy as he too joined this army of players. Seeing that Joking Scholar had taken the bait, Shifeng located an unoccupied gazebo and took a seat there. His expression remained indifferent as he gazed at the players following him. The guardian knight from before immediately walked up to Shifeng without hesitation. He intended to find out what items he could purchase from the old man. In response to the guardian knight's actions, Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he retrieved hard stones and many other types of rare ores. He then quoted extremely low prices for all these ores. Shifeng quoted 1 stack of hard stones for 40 copper coins, a stack of 200 iron ore for 4 silver coins, a stack of 200 fine iron ore for 6 silver coins, 200 silver ore for 10 silver coins, and 200 mithril ore for 12 silver coins. The guardian knight was immediately dumbfounded when he heard these prices. The prices Shifeng quoted were far lower than the current market prices. It was especially true for the hard stones that were currently in high demand. "Your Excellency Carlos, I wish to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones," the guardian knight said, excitement clear in his voice. After all, if he returned to his own country and resold these hard stones at 5 silver coins, he would make an immense profit. Anyone would grow excited over such a situation. Hence, the guardian knight spent all of the money he had on him to purchase hard stones from Shifeng. Meanwhile, the players that arrived a tad bit later were immediately stunned by the guardian knight's transaction. Immediately, they rushed forward to purchase hard stones from Shifeng. A majority of the players currently in Blackwing City were independent players. The money they carried did not amount to much, so the number of hard stones they could buy was limited. Most of the players only bought a dozen or so stacks of hard stones from Shifeng. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had already sold over 200 stacks. The players who managed to purchase hard stones from Shifeng left with wide smiles. Some had even purchased gold coins using credits, shouting their offer on the streets. If they were to purchase coins through the virtual trade center, the coins would need at least 2 hours to arrive in their accounts. If it were a private transaction between players, however, they could immediately pay and receive the coins. Hence, these players immediately started yelling on the streets, going so far as to offer double the market price. Joking Scholar immediately panicked. This mysterious NPC was actually selling these items, and at such a low price. There were even so many players purchasing coins on the streets. If news of this matter reached Darkstar's guild leader, Lone Tyrant's ears, if that happened, he would never get rid of the forging materials in his hands. Immediately, Joking Scholar sent this information back to his superior, and just as quickly, he received a reply. They ordered him to sell as many of the materials as he could at a low price. Following which, Joking Scholar immediately rushed towards the meeting location he had agreed upon with Shifeng. He then sent Shifeng a message, stating that they could conduct their trade immediately. Joking Scholar was deeply afraid of Shifeng discovering the matter with the mysterious NPC. If Shifeng found out about it, he wouldn't even be able to sell his heartstones for 2 silver coins a stack. Shifeng revealed a faint smile after receiving Joking Scholar's message. Immediately, he told the players that he had sold out for the day, and that he would return tomorrow. Many of the new arrivals were gravely disappointed. They lamented over the fact that they had been so slow, and they had no choice but to return tomorrow. Soon after, Shifeng vanished from the players' sight. He searched for a secluded location and donned the appearance of Lone Tyrant once more, before hurrying over to the meeting location. Chapter 237. If you don't do stupid things, they won't come back and bite you in the ass. In the central plaza of Blackwing City, many players wandered sightseeing. Blackwing City was a must-see destination as it had been built atop the peak of a mountain. Meanwhile, the stargazing tower loomed in the central plaza of the city. Through the usage of a floating platform, players could arrive at the top of the tower and witness the full beauty of Blackwing City. Beneath the stargazing tower, Shifeng located Joking Scholar. At this moment, panic painted Joking Scholar's face. His eyes were like searchlights as they scanned the plaza. When he finally spotted Shifeng, he hurried over. Guild Leader Tyrant, the higher-ups have given me my instructions. To maintain long-term cooperations with Guild Leader Tyrant, we agree to sell the heartstones to you at 2 silver coins a stack. As long as you take these forging materials back to Starmoon Kingdom, you can earn back at least 3 to 4 times the cost, Joking Scholar said as he walked up to Shifeng, a smile filling his face. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of time to obtain these forging materials. They had even spent an impressive sum of coins and credits in the process. Meanwhile, their main goal was to turn these forging materials into coins. If luck would have it, they could even make a small profit from the trade. By the looks of it, however, that would not happen. After all, not only were the forging materials of other kingdoms and empires similarly cheap, but there was also a mysterious NPC in Blackwing City selling these materials far below bottom-line prices now. The only thing Joking Scholar could do now was turn all these forging materials into coins, even at the cost of taking a small loss. He could then head to the Blackwing City auction and purchase some items that would benefit the guild's development. However, although ideals were wonderful, reality was very cruel. It was clearly impossible for Shifeng to spend hundreds of gold to purchase these materials. Even if he had over 3,000 gold coins, he still wouldn't spend it in such a way. Not to mention, Shifeng had spent so much effort in swindling Joking Scholar. He naturally wouldn't stop at just 2 silver coins. 2 silver coins a stack, now that's what I call sincere. However, just before I came here, someone mentioned to me that they are willing to sell a large amount of heartstones for 1 silver coin a stack. Moreover, if I am willing to purchase over 1,000 stacks, they will lower that price even further. Shifeng shook his head, feigning disinterest. What? 1 silver coin a stack? Who said that? Joking Scholar was already on the brink of insanity. He had only found a large transaction after much difficulty. Now, however, someone was trying to undersell him. Moreover, that person clearly knew about the mysterious NPC selling forging materials. If he had to sell each stack of hard stones for only 1 silver coin, he might as well take them back to his own empire and sell them there. Yet, the various guilds in Storm Empire, the empire Twilight Echo belonged to, was far from lacking forging materials. As for the independent players there, most were self-sufficient. As a result, the players purchasing hard stones were very few. On the contrary, there were plenty of players selling them. However, due to Twilight Echo's recent mass purchase, the prices of hard stones in the Storm Empire had increased. Originally, 2 silver coins would be more than enough to purchase 1 stack of hard stones. If these hard stones were forged into whetstones, though, the demand would slightly increase. You will have to investigate this person yourself. If there aren't any more matters here, I'll be going. I still have to discuss the exact pricing with that person. If I buy several thousand stacks, I wonder if he will sell at an even lower price? Sherfong laughed. Guild leader Tyrant, please wait a moment. Joking Scholar hurriedly said. If you are willing to purchase a large amount, Twilight Echo is willing to offer the same price as that person. If you are willing to buy more than 20,000 stacks, I can offer you a price of 60 copper coins a stack. Take it as a sign of friendship. Currently, Joking Scholar no longer cared about price. The only fortunate matter to him right now was the fact that Lone Tyrant had yet to discover the mysterious NPC. Although Twilight Echo would incur an astronomical loss by selling the 2,000 stacks of hard stones they currently had at a price of 60 copper, they could simply purchase more hard stones at a price of 40 coppers from the mysterious NPC. If they resold those hard stones at 60 coppers, they would make a clean profit of 20 coppers per stack. If they resold 18,000 stacks, they could easily recoup their losses. Hence, Joking Scholar needed to take action quickly. If Lone Tyrant found out about this matter, he might not even be able to sell the hard stones he had for 40 coppers a stack. 60 copper coins a stack? Moreover, you guys actually have over 20,000 stacks. Sherfong feigned astonishment as he spoke. Of course. This is our way of showing sincerity. However, you have to buy 20,000 stacks to get such a low price. Joking Scholar nodded his head, smiling. Hold on a minute. I'll ask that person what price he is willing to offer if I buy 20,000 stacks, Sherfong said. Hearing that Sherfong was about to contact the person who knew about the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar's panic grew. Anyone aware of this information only needed to spend as much effort as flipping a hand over in this transaction. Even if they made a profit of 1 copper coin per stack, they could still earn 2 gold coins from selling 20,000 stacks. However, Joking Scholar's situation was different. Hence he hurriedly shouted, Guild leader Tyrant, please wait a minute. I don't wish to waste time competing with those people, so I'll offer you a cost price of 50 copper coins. Take it as me trying to befriend you. However, you have to purchase 50,000 stacks. I'll even gift you 300 stacks of iron ore, 400 stacks of silver ore, 200 stacks of mithril ore, 100 stacks of gold ore, and also a mysterious iron-ranked runic ore bag. Nobody can offer you a lower price than me. You're offering 50 copper coins a stack, and they come with a gift of rare ores as well? There are even 100 stacks of gold ore, a high-quality ore that I have never seen before. It seems that you are indeed sincere. I doubt that the other side can offer a price lower than this. Alright then. I'll buy 50,000 stacks of hard stones from you. Sherfong smiled contently. He was already quite satisfied that he could purchase 2,000 stacks of hard stones for only 50 copper coins a stack. At the expense of selling over 200 stacks of hard stones at a price of 40 copper coins a stack, he could purchase over 2,000 stacks at a price of 50 copper coins in return. He had made a huge profit out of this transaction. As for the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones, if Joking Scholar uncovered the truth, he would never sell him hard stones for such a low price again. Basically, there wouldn't be another business transaction between him and Twilight Echo. However, Shifeng paid no mind to this. With this batch of forging materials, he would not run out of hard stones anytime soon. Let's sign a contract then, Guild Leader Tyrant. Joking Scholar took out an electronic contract. With the main god system bearing testimony to this contract, neither party involved was allowed to violate the conditions set. What is the meaning of this? Shifeng wrinkled his brows slightly. Guild Leader Tyrant, this is a large transaction that involves 50,000 stacks of hard stones. If Guild Leader Tyrant suddenly decides not to buy the hard stones, wouldn't I suffer the loss? Of course, I am not trying to question Guild Leader Tyrant's credibility. However, to avoid any future disputes, let us be villains before nobles, Joking Scholar explained. Still, isn't there a problem with this agreement? I don't mind that the trade has to be done within 10 days, but why do I have to compensate you 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins as priority, if I renege on the contract, while you guys don't have to pay anything if you renege on your commitment? Shifeng angrily said. You call this not questioning my reputation? From the way I see it, maybe we should forget about this business transaction altogether. Although Shifeng appeared angry inwardly, he couldn't be any happier. Originally, he had no hopes of getting the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones. He would never have thought that Joking Scholar would take such an action. Contrary to being furious, Shifeng couldn't help but eagerly agree to this contract. The evil one brought upon themselves truly was the hardest to bear. Please wait, Guild Leader Tyrant. I simply forgot to write it in. If Twilight Echo reneges on the agreement, we will similarly compensate you with 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits. Moreover, Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured about the validity of this contract, as our guild leader has personally signed. The only thing remaining is Guild Leader Tyrant's signature. Joking Scholar hurriedly amended the agreement. He had indeed forgotten about this matter out of panic. After all, he was deeply afraid of Shifeng discovering the mysterious NPC who sold forging materials. However, as long as both parties signed this agreement, even if Lone Tyrant discovered this mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar had nothing to fear. Now that's more like it, Shifeng said with satisfaction after finding no problems with the agreement. Shifeng was nearly unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. After calming his excited mood down, he signed the contract. However, Joking Scholar was far more excited than Shifeng. His heart was about to break out of his chest. As he watched Shifeng finally sign the agreement, the contract receiving the recognition of the main god system, he simultaneously revealed a cold smile. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.